Salutations, Legion of Doom. Welcome to Podcast The Storm, where socially awkward outcasts, crazy weirdos, and all-around nerds convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the nerdy occultist, aka the authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Hello, folks. How's it going?
And hopefully our second co-host, the primordial source of evil in comics, Corrupt, will be joining us sometime soon. And I'm your host last time. I want to be the brainstormer of pop culture. How's everyone doing tonight?
I am doing okay, and for the record, I got it. Right,
and
everyone will know what that means.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Sorry, folks. If you want to understand what we were talking about, be here when we're off air. Oh wait, you cannot. Sorry.
Lol. Technical impossibility. But incidentally, we have been here for a year as of this podcast.
Which is a weird thing to say because one, it doesn't feel that long, but it also feels like we've been in this for even longer.
Yeah, it the thing is, it came up so automatically. Like within 5 shows, I think we got our rhythm going, and we've just been continuing that way for 52 episodes. Good God.
You know, I'm pretty sure it'll sound even weirder when we say 100th or 200th or fuck even 1,000th. Jesus Christ.
That would be
so fucking weird.
It would also be like 9 or 10 years from now if we get to 1,000. If it'd be more, or we'd be closer to it if you throw in all the sidebars, one shots, and
yes, I believe so.
We do,
yeah. So yeah, I mean, we don't really have anything specially planned because I completely forgot this was a leap year.
Yeah. He assumed it was next week, but next week will be like the 10th, which I believe, or the 10th or 14th, which I believe was long after we had started as of last year.
Yep. Wow. Okay, but yeah, well, we're just kind of doing the same thing. Oh, hey, Ahsoka Tano Gaming is here on early because you're usually here like an hour after we start.
Yeah, part way through the first story, usually, depending upon how much stupid there is therein.
Yeah. Well, hey, nice to see you. So
Ahsoka is usually the one. If we have an audience, she's usually the one that's always here. So good on you, Ahsoka, for always being the person who's here. Lord only knows to what extent that means that you also have no life, but we're not going to shame our audience members.
I mean, we probably have less of a life than they do.
Yeah, considering that we spend at least a few hours every week going through stupid stories to cover to narrow it down to the top 5 worst or best ones, depending upon how you look at it.
Yeah. Or best of the worst.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So
we do sometimes cover good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we're not all gloomy glasses here. Gloomy glasses. Glusses? Gloomy gusses.
That's the turnout for the books. One of the most
that is either getting put on a hat or a T-shirt at some point. I know that.
Or a coffee mug.
Whatever. It's going to be put on something. Gloomy glusses. Gloomy glusses. God damn. Anyway.
And it's recorded for all the world to see for the foreseeable future, unless you delete this.
I'm not deleting this. Oh, right. Speaking of which, if you guys want to check out any of our other episodes, we have an updated playlist on this channel. Just check out podcast episodes.
Yeah. You can also find it in a playlist on my channel, because I considered that a large part of the content that I produce every week is this show. So there's that. And so I added, and I'm also trying to do a separate playlist for all of my guest appearances on other people's stuff, but I've done a lot of guest appearances, so I had to basically narrow it down to times when it's either just me and another person, or just me and like 2 other people. Because otherwise, I'm basically just like one voice in a cast of characters, as opposed to a major contributor. So, as fun as it can be to be one voice in a cast of characters, given the circles that I run in, which is entirely metaphorical because I am physically incapable of running. Zing.
Right. Okay. So the first 2 articles are ones we couldn't cover last week. So we're just getting those out of the way, and then we'll get into.
Because we were fucking exhausted last week.
Yeah. But, I mean, we kind of woke up the same type of time we usually did last week and before. Because we wake up early, folks. We're early risers. Can't help it.
Which is weird, because for a while there we both were staying up to ungodly hours in the morning and sleeping until noon.
We're weird.
Yeah. You can't quite narrow down our sleep schedules. Unfortunately, neither can we. And that's the problem.
Right. But our first one is one we haven't. Well, it's been a while since we've really covered any of these articles from that certain website, the Mary Sue. And I should have opened it right before we went live. But as it's loading.
We honestly should have tried to find a Guardian article for this week, just to honor like the best moments of our cringe, because of course the Mary Sue is one of the best and most reliable cringe minds that we have, but
right.
that one Guardian article about Game of Thrones is one for the annals of history here. So
yeah, no, I should have thought we should have thought about that. Yeah, sorry folks, we have just I have been.
Next time, next major milestone, like when we get to like busy. 75 or something. Jesus Christ.
God damn. Part of me feels old, but I mean, again, we've just been doing this for a year, but again, it feels longer.
It clicked so automatically that it works. So
yeah.
Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, I guess.
So yeah, it's gonna be a chill stream. Well, kind of.
Yeah. Sort of default stream. We're just going through the motions of the week.
Yeah.
Although we only have 4 stories, so there might be time for some other stuff afterwards.
Yeah, probably. So who knows? We might get more entertainment out of us if we are entertaining.
If That's a big if.
Yeah. Okay.
First story of the week.
Yeah, one moment. Okay. Well, technically, it's the first story from last week.
Yeah.
Well,
or the third story from last week.
Fourth, actually.
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah, Mary Sue.
Yeah. But this also relates to something we kind of became, became a mainstay for us as well.
Yeah.
During our podcast days.
Chronicling the awful that is Birds of Prey.
Yeah. This is not by Rachel Leishman, however. This is from someone new, for us at least, Chelsea Steiner. This was published.
Welcome, Chelsea. We'll see if you're more sane than your cohorts, although I'm not holding my breath.
All right. This was published February 18th, 2020. So title of it is #Reasons for Support Birds of Prey, or BOP, is trending because Birds of Prey deserves better. The last part I agree with, but not in the context of this.
Birds of Prey, the property deserves better. The IP, the idea, the concept of Birds of Prey deserves better than the movie we got. Unfortunately, the movie we got, however, really doesn't deserve much better than it's getting. So, my preliminary reaction would be no, generally speaking.
Yeah.
But hey, you might have an argument.
If you do want a Birds of Prey done better, hopefully in the next coming weeks, I will be able to do my Birds of Prey video. I'm nearly done with the script. Don't you worry, folks. And there's my shameless plug for my other channel, Brainstorm Pop Culture.
I feel like every time one of us does a shameless plug for something, there should be like some like noise.
Well, you will do that next time. I keep forgetting over my soundboard.
It's been like 20 episodes, I think, since you remembered to use the soundboard.
I'm opening it now in case we need it.
Mm-hmm. Which we may need it because it is the Mary Sue after all. But hey, at least it's not Jezebel.
Yeah. Okay. So subtitle is, well, not subtitle. Subheader is, if you haven't seen it yet, what are you doing with your life? Something better to do, much better.
My darling, I hate to burst your bubble, especially because we're not going to be particularly nice to you, but we both need it. I didn't pay for it, but I saw it. Brainstormer did in fact pay for it and saw it.
Well, for the record, I didn't bring anyone with me. I went by myself. Didn't want anyone to suffer with me.
And that was probably a good decision. How much of a dick would you have felt like, though, if it had actually managed to be good somehow and you deprived someone else of the viewing experience under the auspices that it was bad?
Well, yeah, I would have felt like a dick, and I honestly would have eaten my own words.
Yeah,
but it was not.
Although I actually went in with somewhat optimistic expectations, just because the last trailer that was released I thought was okay.
Yeah, same here. And I was willing to give it benefit of the doubt, but it really it was bad.
Low bar we had set for it.
Yeah. The fact that it goes under that is impressive in its own right, but also kind of sad.
It reminds me of the pilot episode of Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy with Grim like going flat as a board as he's lowering underneath the bar.
Mm. All right.
That
so when more,
great.
It really was. All right. So, actually reading the article. when Warner Brothers released Birds of Prey and the Fantabulous Emancipation of One Harley Quinn. And I think now in like Japan or in like the East, they now just changed
Well,
it to
no, it's been retitled everywhere. It is now simply Harley Quinn: The Birds of Prey.
See, that's even like as whatever.
I think I actually like the first title better because it's at least trying to be something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it's trying to be all zany and cutesy and female powery and whatnot, which is at least something to remember it for. Whereas Harley Quinn: Birds of Prey is just a generic title.
Guy getting his beard lit on fire was kind of funny. I don't know. I'm just God.
You leave my beard alone.
I'm not right. So yeah, don't burn beards, folks, especially not Dalton's, because without it, he looks like a child.
Yes, very
His
much
own
so.
words. His own words. All right.
Yeah,
So
no. Many times I have specified that without my facial hair, I look like a child.
which I don't get why you wouldn't, because age is kind of sucky.
Well, but when you're also 5'4" and relatively speaking the height of a child, it
Fair
can be
enough.
quite a battle to be respectable in any
Fair
way.
enough. But I will continue to shave my face because
When everything and everyone is taller than you, and you have to physically look up at everything, it gets really annoying when you need to be taken seriously.
fair enough. I, however, will keep myself skin smooth because I don't think I can really pull off a beard, nor do I want. It's bad for a fight too. You can get your beard pulled on and stuff. So
Yeah, I've been working on my beard since I was 13. It's kind of like you have to. It's kind of got to be a long-term goal if you really want it to work.
I have considered mutton chops.
Hmm.
Yeah. All right. Back to the article. All right. They
Mhm.
delivered one of the most original, stylish, and downright ass-kicking comic book movies of the past decade. Don't
Really?
before you do, may I throw out some examples of extremely better ones that contrast this opinion?
Please.
Yeah. Um, Kingsman, Secret Service, Kick Ass, Guardians of the Galaxy, Thor Ragnarok, and trying to think of a fifth one.
Both Deadpools.
I'm sure. Oh wait, this is actually a TV series, but it has more visual flair and style than Birds of Prey. Happy. It's based on a comic book, but yeah, TV series.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, Happy. It's funny as hell and just goddamn insane. It's like Deadpool, but
Why why it didn't get another season, I will never know. It
you got
needs
two
another
seasons,
season.
right? You got two seasons, or did the second season cancel?
I think so.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You know what? I will even throw out a completely original work because I think it too has a very unique style to it.
Hmm.
Z Nation.
Yeah.
It's for one thing, I think they work on a very shoestring budget because it's like produced by a very indie company. So
Hmm.
the way they do visual style is badass as shit. Like it's on Netflix, all 5 seasons. Go check it out. Anyway, uh, yeah, no, I
Yeah.
completely disagree with that opinion. And do you have anything else to say?
Yeah, the majority of the problem I'm going to take with it is the originality thing, because that's at least semi quantifiable. Whereas the other ones are in kind of a murky gray area, and I don't want to police the I expect extremely insincere hype, but be that as it may, in terms of originality, you are objectively wrong, my darling. Both Deadpools, Thor Ragnarok, The Mask,
I forgot the
both Guardians of the Galaxy movies, Suicide Squad, which I suppose I'm not going to count because it's in the same universe and this is kind of a sequel to. But the point being, you wanted this to be a fun and slightly edgy anti-hero character does wacky zany things movie. And unfortunately, there's a lot of those, especially in the comic book genre. So wrong. Objectively wrong. Everyone and their mother knows this was marketed and sold exactly like a feminist equivalent of Deadpool. It came out in February, for fuck's sake. It was R-rated. Harley Quinn jumps back and forth in the narrative exactly like Deadpool. And the only thing that's really different is the feminist snark that passes itself off as humor. And not very well at that, might I add. So, yeah, no, original it is not. You very evidently tried to be the feminist Deadpool, Birds of Prey, and because you were the feminist Deadpool, people rejected it.
Seriously, you could have done that with Lady Deadpool. It's a female version of Deadpool. It's a character in the Marvel multiverse. It could have been Deadpool 3.
Well, DC couldn't have done that because, of course, they don't have the rights, but...
I know, I'm just... Well, no, I mean, like, in like, if you're going to do a feminist Deadpool character, literally, Lady
Deadpool. That would have been a problem, because if it was a feminist Deadpool and not simply a female Deadpool, I don't think people would have taken very kindly to that either. Because, again, to point out, what people have a problem with is the ideology of feminism, not women or female power or female equality.
Right,
These things can all exist without the input of feminine. I'm saying it mostly for the benefit of Chelsea, was it?
Yes.
Okay. Chelsea. I will say this as many times as I have to. What people have a problem with is feminism, not female power, not female equality, not women, feminism. People don't believe in the patriarchy and the wage gap and the idea that men would systematically oppress the women that raised them throughout history. Yeah, it's the ideology, darling. No matter how many times you make a feminist superhero movie, it's not going to work because feminism doesn't really jive with superhero movies. Hell, even the Powerpuff Girls explained this in an episode. I don't know if you've ever watched the Powerpuff Girls Brainstormer, but in one episode there was a villain that was a radical feminist, who modeled herself after Susan B. Anthony, and she robbed a bank and asked specifically for Susan B. Anthony coins. And even the Powerpuff Girls schooled her on why there's essentially a difference between feminism and female empowerment. And when even a female superhero show like the Powerpuff Girls, a cartoon from the 90s, mind you, can explain to you eloquently why this does not work, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say it doesn't work. That's not to say you can't do feminist propaganda movies. I just watched a really, really good feminist propaganda movie. It was called The Invisible Man. And it's basically the best version of what you were trying to do with Birds of Prey. But it's a lot harder to make a good movie out of propaganda. Just like it's a lot harder to make a good movie with explicitly Christian themes. For every Ben-Hur or Ten Commandments or Noah, Darren Aronofsky's Noah, you get a PureFlix movie. The same applies here. If you're going to shove your morality and your philosophical and political framework down everyone's throats. You have to make sure that it's attached to a good movie. The problem is, feminism in its modern form doesn't believe that merit exists and actively seeks to subvert, quote unquote, meritocratic artistic expectations. Thereby, basically any movie you make with this lens will be shit by default because you make it shit because you desire to make a shit movie. You just don't realize that the movie you're making is shit because you don't believe there should be a distinction between shit movies and not shit movies. You think the message should be enough to sell it. Well, again, need I point you to the distinction between The Passion of the Christ or Noah and your average Pureflix movie? One of these is awesome, the other is shit. Both are Christian movies, both cuck to the Christian framework, but one is a good movie, one is trash. The same is true here. You may aspire to be like Lee Winnell's Invisible Man, but you're not, my darling. You're just a cheesy, cheap feminist Deadpool ripoff, and a bad one at that.
Okay, the film, which holds a 79% fresh rating on Rotten Tomatoes, has already garnered raves for its fight scenes, its humor, and its women power in front of and behind the camera. Okay, I would just like to point out, because I feel like Dolan's going to be doing another rant.
Mm-hmm.
Rotten Tomatoes is not a viable place to actually view criticism of movies because, well, we all know Rotten Tomatoes is incredibly biased.
Yeah, for critics. Okay, here's the problem, and this is a fairly recent problem. I would say since roughly the later days of Siskel and Ebert. The problem is we turned critics into a subsection of the journalism class. And the problem with giving any class of people a ludicrous amount of authority and prestige is then that class becomes extremely self perpetuating and insular. So critics only like things that critics like. They have no conception of what the lowly peasants like. And they start to believe, because of the authority we give them as the audience, that they have the authority to judge the people who don't see movies in the same vector as they do. And when an ideology like feminism becomes popular among the bourgeois aristocratic class that is journalists slash critics in this day and age, they begin to think that their ideology, their feminism, is just the default lens through which you have to see the world. So when they encounter people who don't use a feminist lens to see the world, because their ideology is an ideology and is not the objective truth, they completely go batshit and assume that if people disagree with their fundamental ideology, they must be bad people or stupid. And that works out fine, except that the people you're dealing with aren't by default bad people or stupid. And therefore, you basically end up alienating your audience. And when you're an aristocracy that relies on the peasants to function, and the peasants start revolting, bad things tend to happen. I don't know if you've ever seen the French Revolution or heard of the French Revolution, but this is a quick way of finding your head in a basket, metaphorically speaking. Ask Marie Antoinette and Louis XIV how being the aristocracy who pisses off the peasants works for them. Oh wait, you can't, because even if they could somehow be immortal, if they had like natural causes immortality, they would still be dead because somebody chopped off their fucking heads. Because they were shit at their job of being the aristocracy. And modern day film critics and journalists are shit at being the media aristocracy, the intellect.
Don't look quiet.
Did I?
Yeah, for like a quick minute. or second.
Oh, I just paused weirdly, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but yeah, the film press in this day and age are kind of the aristocracy, and the audiences of the peasants. And the problem with the aristocracy as it relates to the peasants is the aristocracy loses touch with what the peasants actually want. And they often become extremely insular, inculcate ideologies like feminism into themselves, and then you have the aristocracy functioning under one moral schema, the peasants operating under a different moral schema or simply no moral schema, and the two losing touch entirely. And the peasants can live without the aristocracy, but the aristocracy cannot function without the peasants. That's how this system works in every day and age. So if you piss off the audience as a film critic, you are basically irrelevant. If your tastes no longer reflect anything resembling a human's taste, if you can't leave your biases and your ideology aside, you are shit at your job and therefore no one will listen to you. Moving on.
Well, I wanted to bring up that it garnered raves for its fight scenes, its humor, and its woman power in front of and behind the camera.
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, most of that stuff I can like for the fight scenes and its humor from directing and writing standpoint. I can talk about that. I'm not sure if you want to cover the woman power in front of and behind the camera, or you want to skip over that.
Here's the thing. Why is that even a criteria? The answer, of course, is that you believe in an ideology where women have been oppressed throughout history, and therefore they need to gain cultural and political and authoritative power back to balance the historical scale. The problem is none of this has anything whatsoever to do with art, and because you're making art, people actually want you to make art in terms of good art and don't give a flying fuck about the context in which it emerges, even if that context was correct, which again, it does not appear to be. If you look at history, the patriarchy, as feminists would define it, is complete horseshit. The wage gap is a case of lying with statistics. The idea that men would oppress the women, usually those that raise them, by the way, is just stupid and completely disregards how our species evolved. Because, of course, people who have, nurturing mother figures need to develop a connection to those mother figures. Because otherwise, the species doesn't survive long enough to reproduce. If offspring don't have a strong connection to their maternal figures, given that their maternal figures are the main caregivers in childhood, that species will die out very quickly if that species happens to be a complex mammal species like humans. We see this in every single higher mammal species, every single primate, and even several even like pack animals that are in the mammal species will, or in the mammal genus will develop this kind of connection to their maternal caregivers. This is how complex mammal species function. And yet somehow, according to feminism, humans are the first mammal species to hate their women, despite the fact that mothers are still the people that create children and raise them for the most part.
Yeah. From the other stuff, the fight scenes are honestly there aren't a lot of fight scenes in there, and those that are kind of shot in a way that you don't really get a good sense of anything that's happening. And its humor, it's not entirely great. There's no real moment that gets you laughing unless that's your brand of humor. It's not my brand of humor, so I wasn't really chuckling or outright gut laughing. So,
Also,
you
side
know,
note, I forgot something. Chelsea, my darling, feminism is not the same thing as empowering women. Wonder Woman was a great movie about female power. It had bumfuck nothing to do with feminism. Birds of Prey had very much to do with feminism, but it didn't actually show women being powerful. It showed Harley Quinn being an annoying Mary Sue and pissing off everyone around her and receiving basically no consequences for that. But there was no empowerment there. It was all very, very surface level, shined, and cynical. With a thin veneer of camp and cheese, trying desperately to be more relevant than it needed to be, and not creating good art in the process. And being this is an art form, people saw that it created bad art, and they rejected it because bad art should not survive. Because meritocracy, do you see? Okay, moving on.
Yeah, I got nothing to say about that. Okay, so, but thanks to missed box office projections, the film opened to 33 million instead of the expected 45 to 50 million dollars. And the narrative has become that the film is a financial flop.
Well, my darling, not to use future information that you wouldn't know against you or anything, but we're 4 weeks into Birds of Prey, and it still hasn't passed the century mark domestically. It's currently sitting at 78 million domestically and about 109 foreign for a rough total of 144 million. And given the average superhero movie makes somewhere between like 400 million to up to, the $1 billion range, that's not doing well. Even a movie with a comparable budget like Shazam managed to make 380 million worldwide by the end of its run. Not to mention that domestically, in the box office in the last week, it only increased by 4.1 million roughly, and it only made about 7 million overseas. So yeah, Birds of Prey is dying quite a quick death. If it doesn't make it to 200 million by the end, it's a fairly definitive bomb as far as superhero movies go. Bearing in mind that Joker, which cost less than Birds of Prey by a considerable margin, made $1,072,000,000 on a budget of 62.5 million. And it was also R-rated, and it also didn't have access to China. So
sorry, Dalton, but I guess it was for all those who, well, this is gonna be a thing I'm making now. By official decree, every time Dalton praises or gushes about Joker, drink.
Yeah, you might as well add that to the drinking game, at least as far as here goes, because I'm not gonna. The more people crap on Joker while exalting other movies that shouldn't be exalted, the more I'm just gonna be like, but Joker though.
Yeah, for this show, at least, it should be a thing. All right. Never mind. Oh, back to the article. Never mind that it has already grossed $100 million worldwide and is well on track to recuperating its budget and making a profit. The narrative is stuck. This movie is a bomb. I will be right back. That is code for begin your rant, Dalton, while I am gone.
I don't don't really have so much of a rant this time around, ironically.
Okay, let me at least read the next part then. All right. It's especially frustrating given how the film has been treated in light of comparable box office numbers. For example, Ford versus Ferrari opened to $31 million with a budget of $97 million, but was hailed as a hit.
Okay, Chelsea, I'm going to assume you are being dense and not actively duplicitous. And I'm realizing that I'm calling you dense, but at this point, stupidity is more charitable than malice, so I'm going with stupidity. Ford versus Ferrari was a biopic drama and an Oscar bait movie. Birds of Prey was supposed to be a fun, female-centric superhero blockbuster. So if we're comparing like to like, we need to compare Birds of Prey to comparably budgeted superhero movies. Like some of the early MCU movies had roughly around the budget of Birds of Prey, and most of them made it well into the 200s, if not the 300s, and into the 400s. If we're comparing R-rated movies or R-rated superhero movies that are supposed to be fun, then both Deadpools and even Logan managed to make it into the $600 and $700 million range. If we're comparing it to R-rated DC movies, my darling, then Joker, again, had less of a budget than Birds of Prey, massively was a hit. And my darling, the last time any comic book movie made less than $100 million or less than $200 million was, I'm not counting Hellboy because that's uncharitable to everyone. Birds of Prey was not as bad as the Hellboy reboot. But counting the big, blockbustery comic book movies, the last one to go under 200 million, I believe, was Tim Burton's Batman Returns or one of the Schumacher ones. And that was in the 90s, my darling, the late 80s or the 90s. Like it has literally been more than a decade since a comic book movie of a comparable size made less than 200 million. And we're sitting here in the fourth week and the movie made less than 10 million at the box office over the weekend, and it still hasn't cracked the $200 million mark. It's sitting right now at 188, and it made less than 10 in the last frame. So it's probably not going to make it to the $200 million mark, considering that movies tend to decrease around 40 to 50%, but box office wise from week to week. So yeah, Birds of Prey is dying, and it's probably not going to make it to the $200 million mark, bearing in mind that even massive flops like Solo managed to make it to like 320, and even Ghostbusters 2016 made it to like 270, darling. So yeah, you're not in good company at all. Even comparing it to other feminist blockbustery movies, you're derping. You're derping hard.
So I moved from a couple tweets because I don't think they were necessary to cover. And while there are plenty of reasons why Birds of Prey didn't have the blockbuster opening that was projected. Again, it was projected. It doesn't always mean it's going to happen. That hasn't stopped the sexist narrative from taking hold.
It's
There's,
not.
there's no. I'm sorry, Owen.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I was just gonna say there's no sexist narrative. It's just based on marketing, which was extremely feminist propaganda and honestly not good marketing anyway.
Mm.
It didn't grab any audience. No real audience wanted to go because it didn't seem like a good movie. As an audience member,
Yeah. And speaking of that, I'm not even going to allow necessarily that it was the marketing, Chelsea, and I'll tell you why. Because as Birds of Prey's marketing was, the marketing for Lee Winnell's Invisible Man was much, much worse. It basically made the movie look like a lifetime movie stalker thriller, but with a feminist lens. And yet, because that movie was so freaking good, which it was pretty good for a feminist propaganda movie, it made 29 million in its opening weekend, which is only $4 million less than Birds of Prey. Mind you, that Invisible Man was made for $9 million by Blumhouse and was in the comparatively less lucrative thriller genre. Meanwhile, Birds of Prey, comic book blockbuster, opens at 30 in or opens at 33 in February with no competition, when a comparably sized R-rated comic book movie that was supposed to be a comedy, i.e. Deadpool, made 700 million some in both cases of both Deadpools.
Moving on.
Yeah.
Okay. It's especially disheartening because, as with all female superhero films or films that center on any marginalized community, Birds of Prey's struggle will only make it harder for female-driven comic book films to get made. Oh, for Wonder Woman
made $827 million after coming out, or after its two preceding movies were Man of Steel, its preceding movies were Man of Steel, Suicide Squad, and fucking Batman v Superman. And it was followed by freaking Justice League. Still managed to make $827 million. Granted, it was a bit more expensive than Birds of Prey, but I think it was made for like 170, and Birds of Prey was made for about 100. So not by much,
right.
as far as blockbusters
Okay.
go.
Blade as well. Blade, Black Panther.
Captain Marvel, although
I'll even go.
let's not count Captain Marvel, because the reason why that was successful was because it was stuck between Infinity War and Endgame and introduced a new character, and virtually nothing else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, all the other comic book films that had female leads sucked because they weren't good movies. Not because they were female-led movies, but because they weren't good movies.
Yeah, I'll notice that you're not defending Catwoman or the 70s Supergirl, are you, my darling?
Or Elektra.
Or Tank Girl.
Actually, that was a good movie. I watched that. I enjoyed it.
It was all right. It was very, very odd and cheesy, though, in a good way, I'll grant you. But god damn, that movie's a trip.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's just we have no issue with female-driven comic book movies. or films, as you say.
Yeah.
Make it good.
Yeah, it's largely speaking the difference between a female-driven movie and a feminist movie. Feminists are not equivalent to women, and women are not equivalent to feminists. I really hate to be the bearer of bad news to you, but being ideologically female is very different from just being demographically female. My sisterhood and fighting my patriarchy aren't actually very compelling arguments for most women. And incidentally, women are not marginalized. They are in a different set of circumstances to men because women are fundamentally different to men psychologically, sociologically, and physically in many ways. Although I don't think the last one has anything fucking to do with anything. I'm not saying women are inferior. I'm saying women and men have different attributes, and it lends them to different skill sets. And very often, the ways in which women are disadvantaged have to do with the desire by men to keep women safe, not to oppress them, but to keep them safe from the hardships of the world. And because that safety often requires putting women in a safety bubble, women are often less likely to do things. Which sucks for the women who want to be go-getters, yes, but feminism I do not think is the answer. Refusing to acknowledge that the people who are trying to protect you from the world are trying to protect you from the world and instead insisting that they're trying to oppress you and keep you down helps no one. And incidentally, if we're going based on sheer population size, there are actually slightly more women in the world than there are men. Because as far as we can ascertain by statistics, women are 51% of the population and roughly 70% of the workforce. And yet, men are not considered the minority, even though, mathematically speaking, they are.
Mm-hmm.
And no, I'm not saying men are victims. I'm saying if we're going to go based on logic and reason and math, we need to redress the narrative a little bit here. I personally think that no one is particularly oppressed, but if we're going to use the word oppression, then both genders are totally fucked up. Because traditionalism isn't actually out to help the individual. It's out to keep society together at all costs. And that is a shitty, shitty strategy because making people miserable generally doesn't help much of anything.
You good?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's a tweet here that I read while Dalton was going on his spiel. I think it is important to cover it simply because it brings up stuff from the comics and also things we had covered with Margot Robbie before about Birds of Prey. So, reason to support Birds of Prey by Riri, I believe. Okay. Margot Robbie worked extremely hard to give us an R-rated female-led team-up movie with a female writer and director, and to give us an accurate adaptation of Harley from her New 52 and Rebirth comics. Okay, but in doing so, that causes the issue of sidestepping the Birds of Prey, who are literally, were the title characters.
And I'm glad to see that someone knows their shit comics-wise. However, I must ask, if you're so gung-ho about the representation of the comics, then why aren't you bitching about any of the problems with any of the portrayals of any of the other characters and Harley? Because I don't think Harley was particularly well portrayed in this movie either.
Yeah.
She had more screen time. That's not necessarily a good portrayal. It just means that the movie was more focused on her.
Right. Okay, so Harley Quinn updates its Twitter profile. WB allowed for Margot Robbie to choose the next direction for her version of Harley Quinn and presented fans with a satisfying experience. Hashtag reasons per Birds of Prey. Again, no. she didn't, or she tried, but again, I don't think it was really
successful.
Yeah.
She tried and failed. Speaking as two people who watched the damn thing.
Yep. Alright, so again, from Harley Quinn updates, Birds of Prey is a product of a studio allowing a director to drive toward their creative vision, regardless of how risky the movie was from other comic book movies in the genre.
It wasn't risky at all. As we just covered, there are like 10 movies that this movie is similar to, and there's absolutely bumfuck no reason it should not have worked. Apart from the forcing of feminist narratives and the resulting lack of quality of the movie.
Yeah. Again, it probably should have just been a Gotham City Sirens movie, and that would have worked better.
Yeah. And I can guarantee you that had Catwoman not been the Halle Berry abomination, but instead been a origin movie for Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman, directed by Tim Burton, that movie would have done gangbusters. Not to mention all the other female-led action movies there have been. And once again, I'd like to point out that even Ghostbuster 2016 did better financially, or is doing better financially than Birds of Prey. So how do you explain that? Because it's not like as vitriolic as the fans may have been about Birds of Prey. I can guarantee you that the shit show that was Ghostbusters 2016 got it 1,000 times worse, and much more publicly at that. And yet, Ghostbusters 2016 is still managing to do better than Birds of Prey. So, does somebody want to explain that to me? Because DC is actually in a slightly better place than Ghostbusters 2016 was, because people do genuinely like Harley, whereas most people completely rejected Ghostbusters 2016, and it's still making roughly $40 to $70 million less than Ghostbusters 2016 did.
Yeah, honestly, I got nothing to say to that. Again, Chelsea is putting more Twitter posts as evidence to support Birds of Prey. Okay. Fish Eye Boat World hashtag reminiscence. We need more female characters on the big screen. Not only because we need representation, they have big stories to tell. Supporting the movie brings attention. Characters that are not mainstream. And again, girls are not. And again, girls are not. There's two more reasons to support Birds of Prey.
Okay. One, particularly in consumer spaces, women have a level of dominance. Women still make roughly 80% of all consumer decisions. And women are largely the target audience for all television and all movies. Secondly, yes, women do have good stories to tell. However, the vast majority of the women who have good stories to tell are not feminists. Please stop conflating women and feminism. It is really, really fucking annoying. And I hate to go this low, but Sarah Palin is also a woman. Trump's education secretary, what's her name? Betsy DeVos is also a woman. And lest we forget, because she continuously reminds us, Hillary Clinton is also a woman. Are you honestly telling me that a vote against any of these women would be a misogynistic vote? I would imagine not, because you understand that largely, these women are unlikable dickheads or cunts. The same is true for fictional characters or for stories regarding women. If the women in your movie are not likable, no amount of the fact that they are women is going to save your movie, nor should it. Women can be bad people too, and unfortunately that also means women can be poorly written characters too. Comic book movies with bad male characters or badly written male characters die on the vine all of the fucking time and had for many, many decades. If you're willing to play the comic book superhero game, you also need to be willing to allow for the comic book superhero failings when that movie is not good. And pro tip, your female characters were poorly written and were heavily feminist instead of just being women characters. And because feminism is an unpopular and unlikable ideology, not to mention completely fucking foobar as far as all of the available information about it goes, people rejected it. Not to mention the fact that people just don't like moralizing happening in movies, period. People don't go to art to learn morality. They go to art for things with value. And if you can't provide value and you want to substitute qualitative value with moral value, it's not going to work. Again, I use the example of you can make a good Christian movie in the vein of Darren Aronofsky's Noah, Passion of the Christ, or any number of movies like that. However, for every one of those, there's 1,000 Pureflix movies. Birds of Prey is the feminist equivalent of a Pureflix movie, and therefore it is performing like the feminist equivalent of a Pureflix movie. I'm sorry that hurts, but just like Batman and Robin got lambasted because it was over the top and campy and shit, Birds of Prey deserves to be lambasted for being over the top and campy and shit. It doesn't change just because you think that Birds of Prey is a more moral movie, because morality is not a criteria by which you should judge art. Merit and quality are vectors by which you should judge art. Mm-hmm. And politics and philosophy have nothing to do with that, necessarily.
Yeah, the major issues, and again, check out our review.
Yep.
Is we spend too much time on Harley Quinn than the Birds of Prey. We get inklings of things that could have been expounded upon, but we don't, and we don't really give a crap about these characters. That's a problem. Because I honestly think, on paper, these characters, like the Birds of Prey, not Harley, not Cassandra Cain, that the Birds of Prey.
Nothing. I was just laughing at the idea of Cassandra Cain in this movie being in any way well written because, dear God.
No, I said not Harley Quinn and not Cassandra Cain. The Birds of Prey were Renee Montoya, Helena Bernetti, Huntress, and Black Canary. On paper, they're well-written characters. And there's something there, but again, we don't spend much time with them, and whatever there is completely, sidestepped for Harley. And whatever that was.
Sorry, I just knocked into something accidentally.
Are you okay?
Yeah, while I was looking for a pen earlier, I got down this Darth Vader pen case that I have, and I just had to put it back where it was.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So yeah, that's all we got really there, right? So moving on.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, okay. Do you want to keep covering, or should we just go to the actual article? Like, she has a few more tweets here.
We can keep examining the tweets.
I just want to see how many God damn, is it just all tweets after this?
Oh dear Lord, a sea of tweets. If there's
Yeah,
that
so
many of them, let's just move to.
well, no, I saw a couple I think should
All right,
cover.
read the ones you think are worth actually responding to.
What the fuck?
Just a massive sea of them, just outrage. Lol.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, literally, it is all. So there's one at the very end for
Tweets,
from
tweets,
from
tweets,
from the
tweets,
director.
everybody.
So yeah, there's one more. There's one tweet from the director at the end, so we'll cover that one. We gotta cover that one.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All right. So this is from Anthony at Brooklyn Batman _ So he says a rockin' adventure with some badass women, a beautifully shot and exciting film. Hashtag Birds Praise, a fun thrill ride. Kathy On and Christina Hodson did an amazing job, and we should support female filmmakers.
I disagree. I think we should support any filmmakers of any gender whatsoever that make good shit.
Mm-hmm.
And we should abstain from supporting any director whatsoever that does not make good shit.
Yeah, and it's a meth film. Like we say it so many we've said it so many times already.
Yes, it is extremely meh, and what defining characteristics it does have do not do anything to help it, and in fact, in many ways, they hurt it.
Yeah. Okay, so I got that one. Um, oh, that's an interesting one. But I don't know I don't know what name there's going there, but Harley's bisexuality being confirmed. Crying emojis. Hashtag reason to support Birds of Prey. Yeah, because in like the intro, I believe. I honestly didn't pay attention to that. I didn't notice that, nor really cared.
Speaking as a bisexual man who mostly prefers dudes and therefore is closer to gay than straight, before anyone goes there, a character's bisexuality is not a reason to support a movie. Unless, of course, that character is hot, but that works for basically any character of any sexuality. If that character is hot, then that's a reason. Then that could conceivably be a reason to watch a movie, but only if you want to watch it for trashy reasons. I, for example, can tolerate the Twilight movies sometimes because Taylor Lautner is adorable. But that's neither here nor there, and I'm not ashamed to admit that because, again, being very stereotypically gay. But it's funny to me that bisexuality in women counts for a bunch, but bisexuality in men always goes with, oh, you're just confused, or you just can't pick one, or you're just a straight dude trying to get gay cred, or some shit. But every female character on television and several in the movies can be bisexual, and everyone loses their minds. Meanwhile, bisexual dudes ignored or maligned. Just remarking on that old double standard there. But yeah, no. Aside from the joking justification I gave of the character being hot, bisexuality is not a reason to support a movie. If that quality impacts the character in some way that makes the character more interesting, then that's fine. But aside from that, no. Just like a character being straight doesn't have any impact on the movie, or a character being gay has no impact on the movie, unless the movie itself makes it impactful in some way, which, again, speaking as someone who watched Birds of Prey, it didn't come up at all, aside from being apparently confirmed, which I'm fine to allow that happen. I didn't notice much of it in the movie, but then again, I wasn't really paying attention for that quality, so I might just have missed it.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Most of the movie just had me eyes rolling. Okay, so this is one, and then we'll probably just move to the director's tweet and move on to the next article because we've been covering this for an hour and 10 minutes. From Tris at Film Cupid, Margot worked so hard to put this film into action, and the cast and team, of course. This film is so special because it's unlike anything we've seen. It's about women, starring women, directed by a woman, and produced by a woman. Inclusion, women. Period.
The gender of the person who made the damn thing has no bearing on the thing. Unless, once again, you are accidentally conflating feminist with womanhood. And feminism does not have a monopoly on defining the feminine, defining womanhood, or defining what a woman is. Deal with it. And I don't care how many people were involved with making a thing if the end product is shit. Or, in this case, profoundly and transcendently mediocre to the point of just straight apathy if you don't consider the context.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is the one right after it. I just thought it was interesting. If you support director-driven films that takes risk and veers off from the traditional cookie-cutter format most comic book movies in this day use, go see this movie. Yeah. And it doesn't matter if it's director-driven or not. It's still not a good movie.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, but this goes for basically all forms of art. If you're a director, if you're creative, if you're an artist, and the only reason you make a piece of art is to basically stroke your own ego, you should not be making art. You are not cut out for it. You are supposed to serve your art form. That art form is not supposed to bend over backwards to serve you. A movie should be more than just a power trip for one person's ego. And I will stand by that till the day I die. And a piece of art should be more than just stroking one person's ego. Do you think that Leonardo da Vinci made the Mona Lisa because he knew it was going to be considered a great painting, or do you think he had other reasons? Do you think that Benjamin Franklin created the glass harmonica because he wanted to be remembered for the glass harmonica? Do you think he made the lightning rod in order to be remembered and in order to exalt himself? Answer: no. Do you? I will answer my own question with this next one. But do you think Michelangelo made David because he wanted to be remembered as a great artist? Answer: no. And in fact, in Michelangelo's case, we actually have evidence to the contrary on that, because he famously said, the sculpture is already in the marble, all I have to do is chip away the wrong bits. Because Michelangelo at least understood that art is supposed to be more important than the artist. If you are an artist and you can't manage to create something of equal or greater importance to yourself, then you have failed to create art. And if all you've made with art is a narcissistic power trip, then you need to be kept as far away from art as possible. It's people like you that give artists and creatives a bad name and ruin art for everyone else.
Right. Okay, so we will end this with director Cathy Yan responded to the outpouring of Birds of Prey love. This is incredible. What is happening? Thank you all so much. What a delight. I am so happy right now.
It doesn't appear to be working, Cathy. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's 4 weeks into the run, and you haven't broken 100 million domestically, and you haven't broken 200 million internationally. So that's a nope, my darling. Nopeity nope nope nope.
Yeah. I respect what she tried to do, but it did fail. That's all I have to say.
And more importantly, it deserved to. Because if Birds of Prey was a great movie, I would be sitting here singing its praises, like I did with Joker like 50 times, to the point that it's become part of my drinking game. The problem is, Birds of Prey mostly got the reception it deserved. Unfortunately, I would love to live in a world where Birds of Prey was an awesome movie, just like I would love to live in a world where the Ghostbusters reboot worked. But alas, these worlds are not the worlds we find ourselves in.
Yeah.
We find ourselves in a world where morality was put before artistic quality, and therefore the result was bad. Because essentially you get what you pay for. If you strive for artistic quality, more often than not, you'll end up with something at least approaching artistic quality. If you strive for morality and completely disregard artistic quality on the basis that that doesn't even exist, then you're not going to create something with artistic quality to it. You might create something very, very moral according to your system, but A, that system might be false, so there's that, and B, it's not going to matter because people don't go to movies or art for morality. They go for value, and you didn't provide any. So no one is going to be able to see your moral heights, even if they are objectively accurate. Which I don't think feminism is. I find feminism to be wrong-headed in many ways, but that's neither here nor there.
Rambling.
Yeah.
I mean, if I could travel in time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I knew Birds of Prey was going to suck. Since I'm doing that video and all, I could write like a script and like try to sell it to DC as a Birds of Prey movie.
Yeah.
Maybe we could have lived in the timeline where it was a good movie and it would have been my movie.
And then, of course, we would have also lived in a world where there'd be a bunch of articles going, young 20-something director sets the world on fire with amazing Birds of Prey movie against all odds.
Yeah.
And I'd be sitting there going, and I'd be sitting there laughing my ass off going, good on you, basically.
Don't worry, folks. Even if I become a big shot director in 10 years, still be doing this. Hopefully.
Plenty of directors and shit do have YouTube channels and podcasts, so it wouldn't be too out of the ordinary.
Yeah. So moving on to the other article we were supposed to cover last week, but didn't because we were fucking tired. It's one relating to comics and not really movies and TV like we usually do. This is from The Hollywood Reporter. This was published February 21st, 2020 by Graham McMillan. DC's Dan Didio out as co-publisher.
No. Hey, goodbye.
I feel like it's a reference I should get, but
it's a song.
Well, I know that. I feel like it's a song I should know.
I don't even remember who made it.
Hmm.
Honestly.
Questions for later.
It's been used so often that I don't even remember who made it originally. And I'm pretty sure the version that's famous is a cover of it anyway.
Okay, so the industry veteran has served in the role since 2010. Dan Didio is no longer with DC. The Hollywood Reporter can confirm. Didio has served as publisher of DC alongside Jim Lee since 2010, following a 6-year stint as vice president, executive editor, and prior to that, VP editorial.
Dan, I'm going to be honest with you. You suck. You sucked a lot. How you even got this position in the first place is still a mystery to me.
And so, as publisher, Dan Didio was one of the main figures behind DC's 2011 line-wide relaunch of the New 52, which saw the company provide a contemporary makeover to its entire superhero back catalog.
Okay, one thing, and exactly one, I will thank you for. Thank you for bringing John Constantine and the rest of the Vertigo characters into the mainline DC universe. This I will always be grateful for. Everything else, on the other hand, needs to be killed with fire.
Right.
New 52 was one of the greatest missteps in the entire publication history of the company.
Right. I believe one person had said it's basically the entire DC universe trying to beat Batman.
Yeah, basically.
And the weird thing is that Batman actually really became cooler in the New 52. Mostly, because the
I mean,
Quarter Owls thing.
well,
Court of Owls, Hush, I believe, or was that before?
I'm pretty sure that was before in both cases.
No, I thought the Court of Owls were in the New 52. Like they were they came out of the New 52.
I'd have to look it up. Batman isn't my area. I know Hush was before though.
Well, I have like the first volume of Court of Owls, so it says New 52 on the cover.
All right, so yeah, I guess Batman got off well in the New 52.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, there were also extremely edgy Batman stories in the New 52 that.
Oh, I'm not denying that either. I'm just saying, like,
yeah, that there were a couple really good storylines with Batman in the New 52. Was it worth rebooting the entire line and starting from scratch with a reboot that most people didn't like? No, but at least we got a few good stories out of it. And again, we did get John Constantine in the mainline DC universe. So yeah, we'll always be grateful for that, but not necessarily grateful for the fact that he basically supplanted Dr. Fate as the go-to mystic, but that's a different rant for a different day.
Preferably, I would like someone to actually make a comic book line that actually ages through the years with its audience.
You mean like the original Constantine did? Or the original Hellblazer run?
I don't know. I haven't read it.
It did that.
Okay. I was thinking more along the lines of Invincible. But, yeah, sure. Hellblazer. But, like, the world changes along with the real world.
Yep. Vertigo was awesome.
Speaking of which, no wait, should I save that announcement for comic recommendations or?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Initially a sales success, both sales and buzz faded to the point where 2016's subsequent line-wide relaunch under the banner DC Universe Rebirth. Wait, it's been 4 years since Rebirth?
That does not seem right. It
No.
seems like yesterday.
Well, it seems like it should have been. I thought it was like 2018 or something. 4 years.
Well, yeah, because Rebirth was around the time of the Nick Spencer Captain America run over at Marvel, when Marvel kind of hit rock bottom and DC was kicking its ass, and then DC apparently caught the virus.
Yeah. Restored many elements dropped in the reboot. That was the end of the paragraph there. I mean, I got really nothing to say. I mean, like, yeah, New 52 kind of sucked because poor mismanagement and no real idea how the fuck they would.
And for like 6 months after Rebirth started, it did kind of fix things. I'm not gonna lie. It did.
Yeah, and then it started getting fucked.
Yeah, then it became events and plot contrivances and events and plot contrivances, which is exactly what people didn't want, and then here we are again. But oh well.
I am curious if anyone ever Yeah, to any of our fans who watch this part of our 50-second. I just got that. We're talking about the new 52 and we're on a 50-second podcast.
Well, here's to a new 52. There we go.
Yeah, it took me a minute.
I was actually waiting for the crickets, but yeah.
Yeah, okay. But no, I'm curious if anyone wants me to do like a brainstormer rewrites, DC Rebirth or New 52 rewrites.
I think it'd be more impressive to see what you could do with the new 52, to be honest.
Well, I would have to look because I'll be on. Like I said, like around 2014, I started to collect comics.
Oh, you are very, very new then.
Yeah. Yeah, there were like I said, I think I got the good stuff, like a couple of Quarter Owls stuff, uh, Earth 2, the new 52 version. Wasn't bad. I liked it.
When I first started collecting comics, I mostly collected back issues because even then I understood that.
Well, I was grabbing like the like the novels, like the graphic novels, like the compendiums.
Yep.
But yeah, where was I? Yeah, I don't know. If anyone's interested, like either put it in the comments here or on my other channel, Brainstorm Pop Culture, or tweet it at me. I mean, I got videos I got planned out for this year. It's taking me a while to do them, so probably next year I might do it.
So many videos, so little time.
Yeah. Curse you being a responsible adult and working.
I will second that curse.
Yeah. Okay. Didio's departure comes ahead for an announced further relaunch of the DC comic book universe that would restore even more elements removed as part of the 2011 reboot, as teased at New York Comic Con last year.
Okay, so they realized they fucked up, they fixed it, they unfixed it, and now they're trying to fix it again.
Reboot after reboot after reboot. That should literally be, someone should make a comic of like a universe that is aware that they're a comic book universe.
And aware that they're constantly being rebooted.
Yeah, like it'd just be a meta commentary.
I actually had an idea for a Dr. Fate storyline where Naboo remembers all of the alternate timelines.
Right, that makes sense.
Because he's the Lord of Order and cosmic entity and yada yada yada.
Yeah.
They're existing outside of time and whatnot.
I'm actually kind of curious why no one's done that with like the Endless.
Gaiman kind of alludes to it because the Endless are basically static, and there are times when where Dream or somebody will say something to a character like, "Oh, you're not as much like you were when you were the you were before," or something along those lines.
Yeah. Anyway. What was that? All right. While the project has not been officially announced, certain stories that reportedly tie in have been, including DC's free comic book day release, Generation Zero, Gods Among Us. Did that already happen?
There was a storyline called Gods Among Us, but there.
Well, I mean, like free comic book day. Did that already happen, or
next year's? I'm assuming is what they mean.
Oh, right. Okay. It's unclear.
We are now in a new year, so it will be 2020's free comic book day.
I always forget when free comic book day is.
Me too.
Yeah. Okay. It's unclear if plans for this relaunch will be delayed or canceled in the wake of this news. Since stepping into an executive role at the company, Didio has served as DC's public face at conventions and public events, and has worked to champion not only the company as a whole, but specifically the comic book division and comic book specialty market.
Okay, well, thanks for that, Dan, but I don't think you did it quite well,
Yeah. As being integral to DC's success on an ongoing basis, Didio was also part of the push to expand DC's publishing reach into Walmart and Target via exclusive 100-page giant issues as an initiative that proved so successful that the issues were expanded to the comic store market. No.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense because comics were originally sold in stores, so yeah.
Yeah, but I don't see them anymore. Is the thing.
No, and I don't necessarily think you could or should. I think comics having their own stores makes sense. The problem is the quality of the material in them is the thing.
Yeah.
If you had books that could draw people in and actually get people interested, which shouldn't be hard considering that the IPs in these books are literally the most lucrative IPs in the world at the moment. It would probably be a golden age for comics right now if they could make the comics as good as they should be. People would come in after seeing the movies, would pick up a book from their favorite character, would go, "Oh my god, this is awesome," and then boom, you would have a bunch of new comic book fans. But because the writing is currently cancer, you get none of that. Or more likely, you get people buying old trades off of Amazon, which is not a bad idea considering that the old shit is still good and trades are full of storylines and they're often much better treated because the books in question are really nice quality as opposed to flimsy magazines.
I'll be honest, I prefer the single issues, and sometimes I also do have trades and stuff. I don't know. I like single issues, but also like I get a lot of indie titles mostly because, again, it's just the writing, and there's also nothing that really interests me on either like major publishers.
Yeah, because they're currently shitting the bed, and it's annoying. I like single issues for collecting, but I mostly get storylines in trades. And omnibuses. Mustn't forget omnibuses. Omnibuses are also awesome.
The only omnibus I've ever held is like one at a library I went to a while back. I tried looking for an omnibus at the shop yesterday. They do not have them, and they're also out of like the trades for a specific series I was looking for. So that sucked. Anyway, enough being talking about actually being comic book geeks.
Yeah.
Well,
back to dancing on the metaphorical grave of Dan Didio because he deserved it.
Mm-hmm. Throughout his tenure at DC, Didio has worked as a writer on multiple properties, including The Phantom Stranger, The Outsiders, and Sideways. At time of writing, his Metalman miniseries and artist Shane Davis is midway through a projected 12-issue run.
Okay, now that they've mentioned him writing Phantom Stranger, I need to know which run of Phantom Stranger he did. Because Phantom Stranger is one of my top 10 or top 20 characters. So, well, top 20.
Mm-hmm. With Didio's departure, Jim Lee becomes sole publisher at DC. In addition to his role at the company as the company's chief creative officer, a position he's held since June 2018. Really, 2018? That was longer. And that is the end of this article. Very short, kind of surprising.
And to the point for once. Yay.
Yeah. Give me one moment while I open the next thing that is actually from this week.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, then, well, I mean, do we have any final thoughts on Danny DeVito's departure?
I'm excited to see how Jim Lee does, honestly.
Mm-hmm. I actually have something of Jim Lee's, like a book he had done like early on in his career from his Image days or Wildstorm days, which was a publishing company. It's Wildcats. It's like a first volume that had like some of the early issues of it.
Interesting.
Yeah, for one thing, I think it's good. Like story wise, it's interesting, and also art's amazing.
Well, we'll see how he does as the big head honcho.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Well, I would say, how could it possibly be worse? But I said the same thing when CB Cebulski took over for Axel Alonso, and that didn't go so well. It wasn't quite as bad, but still,
Yeah.
it wasn't really a marked improvement either.
Mm-hmm. So here we have Star Wars: The High Republic announcement trailer. I watched this already, like when it first came out, and I sent it to Dalton. I'm not sure. Did you watch that before or this first viewing?
I think this is my first viewing for it.
Wow, that is actually really weird. Because usually when you send videos to me, I watch them here.
Mm-hmm.
Roles are reversed.
Yeah. Subverting expectations after 52 episodes.
Yeah. But well, we'll get into it more. I mean, the video like that says that it's up next, and thank God I don't have autoplay. Is from Victor. Victor.
Dictator Van Cock.
God damn! What? I can't believe I messed up his name. Yes, our favorite. Our favorite.
Supervillain of the internet.
Yes. God damn it! My mind is bleh right now.
Who will one day rule over all with the help of Harvey Cthulhu, the most adorable Eldritch abomination ever.
Yeah, a part of me is like, I'm curious to see what he'd do to make the world better because I feel like under his rule, the world would become better in a sense.
Well, we know art would be better, and honestly, to a large extent, that's mostly what I care about. as
yeah,
dull and hipstery as that sounds.
I don't know. Again, maybe it's just the like American patriot in me just doesn't like someone telling me what to do.
You'd go all Captain America on his ass, I think.
I mean, probably. Anyway, this is for. Yeah, so apparently it's not anything to do with movies or the Old Republic. Um, yeah, so they're not doing movies. This is mostly like for comic books and books, from what I gathered, which is interesting.
it's especially funny after Kathleen Kennedy said there are no books or anything to go off of, having just missed the entire EU.
Or Legends, as it's now called.
Just make Legends movies or Disney.
Yeah, actually, there is someone who's making the Thrawn trilogy into like an animated series on YouTube. I mean, if we have time, I can like show up like
that will probably go well because everybody loves Thrawn.
Yeah, I mean, if we have time, we could like after last stuff, we could watch like the first episode or something. Maybe trailer.
Maybe.
Yeah. All right. I'm trying to think of something Star Warsy. Blue milk.
There really aren't too many food stuff.
Well, blue milk. There's blue milk.
Right, but you know where the blue milk comes from in the.
No, that's green milk. That's green milk. I'm talking about blue milk.
Okay.
I mean, last week we did blood banana or blood nana.
So. We did, which actually exists, apparently.
Yeah, I read what you saw. Oh. Okay, so mostly they're using footage from the prequels. I'm okay with that. I got no problem with that. Just something to help get across what they're saying.
Yeah, I like the prequels mostly.
Yeah, I have no real problems with them. I can understand there are issues with them, and from a directing,
they're flawed, but they're still Star Wars movies. I wouldn't say the same thing necessarily about the sequel trilogy.
Yeah. Okay. So the first lines are hundreds of years before the Skywalker saga.
Okay, so during the Sith reign of Darth Tenebrous, then? Darth Tenebrous was Plagueis' master.
Oh. You were just a compendium of useless nerd knowledge, aren't you?
It's taken you 52 episodes to figure this out.
Oh, I knew. I just didn't want to be a dick about it.
That's a bit different than usual. I'm kidding.
Okay. The Galactic Republic is at its height. Right, because it's supposed to be like an era of peace, not like during the Clone Wars or anything, during like the decay of the Republic.
Yeah. In a time of peace for the galaxy.
Yeah. Okay. See, like the stuff in the past, I'm interested in. Before the sequels came, I was interested in how the future of Star Wars would go.
The sequels then proceeded to take that interest in how the future would go and completely fucking Death Star it out of existence.
Mm-hmm. And protected by the Jedi Knights, the guardians of peace and justice throughout the galaxy. Yeah, so okay. Got really nothing to say there.
Yeah, no, that's mostly fine.
Mm-hmm.
Banana.
Blue milk.
Blue Nana.
Yeah. But a frightening new adversary threatens. And yeah, blue milk. Or blue milk Nana.
Blue banana milk.
Blue banana.
this doesn't. There's got to be some weird fruit in Star Wars we could be name checking.
I feel like that requires a Google search. Hold on. Sorry, folks. We're just
we're spurging over this because we need our video pause officiating foodstuffs.
Yep. Okay. Well, apparently they have regular fruit. So,
That's well, I knew that much because there's that scene in Attack of the Clones where
yeah, that's literally the first thing that's pulled up on Google.
The Anakin floating the pear
Pear.
over.
It's a pear, pineapple, an orange, and a star fruit.
You know what? Starfruit. Yeah.
Yeah, star fruit. Makes sense. Just makes sense. Okay, God. This is what you people come here for. Us being weird and nerds and other stuff.
Yes. Us being literally fruity. And not just because I'm gay.
I was going to do crickets, or well, actually, no, I was going to do sad trombone. But wait, I got one.
Okay, that was well done. That was the correct choice.
Yeah, that just seemed appropriate to me.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
Now starfruit.
Yeah, starfruit.
We're finding ourselves at a very exciting moment of the Skywalker saga coming to an end.
The moment was not exciting. You failed.
Yeah, I think I might have to close the soundboard because I think it's getting some issues.
Oh.
Hold on. Stuff's getting slow. Okay.
So we're left with the sound of silence.
Wait, can you not hear me?
No.
Okay.
I was making a joke.
I was checking. Yeah, it did end. Oh right, that reminds me. I gotta start writing out my tweets about how I would have done the sequel trilogy, because I talked about it like when we reviewed Rise of Skywalker.
Mm-hmm.
And since this is coming out, like the High Republic thing, I should really get those tweets written out and stuff.
Yes, chase that algorithmic high. I'm sure it won't go wrong.
See, I know you're being like sarcastic, but
only sort of. I have faith in your ability to be entertaining, regardless. I'm just saying that YouTube is an ass.
No, not YouTube, Twitter. Like I was gonna tweet out how I would have done the whole sequel trilogy.
Well, Twitter isn't much better than YouTube as far as algorithms go.
I know no one really checks my tweets out. No one. I mean myself sad now.
Sigh.
Right. Okay. So yeah, that's one. I think that's like the head guy who's heading up the High Republic thing.
I'm just glad it's not Kathleen Kennedy, to be honest with you.
Yep.
It seems like the kind of thing she would meddle in and completely fuck up.
Yep. All right. Starfruit.
Starfruit.
We're at a place of what's next for Star Wars. One of the things we've always done is be able to use our franchise platforms to explore.
Okay, so sorry, it's just like just wanted to mention this guy here because there was title stuff. Okay, James Wan, no, not Wan, Waugh. That one or Wah? James Wah.
I think I think Wah, yeah.
James Wah. VP Franchise Content and Strategy, Lucasfilm.
Mr. Wah, you need to work on your strategy. The current one is not working.
Yeah. So while I kind of agree with what he was saying, like,
Star
with the
Wars has always been good about using content in multiple platforms.
no, before that, with the end of the Skywalker saga, there's more. You can have an opening to, with the other stuff, I guess, in terms of Star Wars.
Yep.
Whether that's good or not is depending on the consumer.
And in relation to that other point, the point about Star Wars being good about using multiple platforms, I just want to point out that most of the good stuff that Star Wars did on multiple platforms was long ass before the Disney acquisition. And most of the multi-platform stuff that Disney has been doing, apart from the comics, has been kind of shit. The comics have been really good though.
Huh?
The Star Wars comics.
I haven't read them. Wasn't really interested because it's kind of touching too much on like during the age of the Empire. Well, it's an interesting time. Don't get me wrong. I'm kind of curious if they would be willing to do comics after the fall of the Empire.
That would be interesting. I assume once they run out of in between Revenge of the Sith and New Hope stuff, they'll eventually.
Oh, right. Well, I mean, they're doing that Kylo Ren comic. That's.
Oh yeah, they are doing that.
I think it's giving backstory on the Knights of Ren and stuff. Why don't we get that in the fucking movie instead of the comic? You know?
Because lazy, contrived, and if we do it in the comics, we can do more money. Assuming that people will actually want to buy it, which most people don't.
Yeah. Okay.
Hence the problem with the strategy.
Right. Right. Starfruit. Right. Starfruit.
Starfruit.
Yep.
To explore the creative potential of the Star Wars galaxy. And so, what if publishing was more of an incubation place and bring in great talent and just let their imaginations run free?
Skywalker Ranch.
Yep.
A part of me kind of always wanted to go there. Like visit it, maybe before Disney and all. A part of me kind of wanted to always like I wanted to be a part of Lucasfilm. Maybe even help make a Star Wars movie or a series or whatever.
If I worked for Lucasfilm, I'd rather work on Indiana Jones.
Yeah, I honestly could see you that because you were like a history buff and stuff and like.
Yes, and of course, old mythology and mysticism is kind of my thing, and like 90% of Indiana Jones is also old mythology and old mysticism. Plus, of course, Indiana Jones is a play on like old pulp adventure stories, and that is my jam. So, yay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so here it says Project Luminous Authors Summit 2018. So, if I remember correctly, Project, yeah, that was the name they were going under to keep it hidden about what they were doing.
The working title.
Huh?
The working title is what you were looking for there.
No, not a working title. Like it's like a hidden title that people would, because some movies do that too, like to keep it hidden
Yeah.
from the general audiences.
Hmm.
Okay.
Kind of like the Shadow Maker was. What was the working title for that? I know it had one. I don't remember.
It also says 2018, so they started working on this like 2 years ago.
Before the shit hit the fan, I wonder how much that had to do with why it's so late. They probably had to go back to the drawing board a couple of times to make sure they didn't screw anything up again.
Okay.
To be fair, that's a better idea than just going ahead with it and crashing again.
I will be right back.
Okay. Let's take a rocket ship to space. I hear it's a real swinging place. There isn't much air or gravity there. The stars will make your heart race. Let's take a rocket ship to space. Let's take a saucer to the stars. Look out, moon, move over Mars. The Martians all run to pay see it by. So bring your maracas and your jazz guitar. Let's take a saucer to the stars. Let's take a rocket, crazy three-stage rocket ship. Let's take a rocket ship to space.
Sorry, I had to put my dog in a cage.
Ah.
For the record, no, she was not being a bad dog. She was just, it's her bedtime and stuff.
Ah.
I mean,
And you
I
were in
put her
charge
in there
of
for
doggy
being a bad
duty
dog.
today?
Huh?
I said, and you were in charge of doggy duty today?
I always am.
Hmm.
I'm pretty much, most of the time, I'm pretty much the only one here.
Ah.
And so,
I know how that works.
yeah. Also, Ahsoka Tano Gaming is here, and she says, "Okay, so I came back to you singing," and I assume she means Dalton.
Yes, I was singing. What usually when you are away from the mic in order to fill the air, if I'm not in the middle of a rant, I sing.
Yeah. Okay, so back to what we were doing. This should interest you greatly, Ahsoka.
Huh.
If I had my soundboard open, I would do the badumchis.
Well, pardon, sir. There. Good use of wordplay.
Yeah. All right.
I'm slowly rubbing off on him. Soon I will have him making puns all the time. He will slowly drift into madness from his own puns.
I don't know if it's a pun, if it's more of just
Self-referential wordplay at least.
okay. Anyway, Starfruit.
Starfruit.
We put together a really unique writers' room where we had diverse voices with very different opinions about Star.
Oh dear.
See, okay. When I first heard that, it could have just mean, by diverse, obviously, like approaches or.
It
But
could, but knowing how corporate speak works, especially in this day and age, that's at the very least a yellow flag. I don't know if it's a red one, but it's a yellow flag.
yeah, and I mean here's a photo. I don't know. It just looks like a regular writer's room, or like
Yeah, it might just be virtue signaling crap, but with modern Disney, and especially the Star Wars section of modern Disney, given that Kathleen Kennedy is in charge of the things, again, yellow flag.
yeah. I mean, they have a board that has gotten everyone in a fuss today. Well, not today, but over the week.
Hmm.
Don't worry, it's in here. You'll see it. But we'll have to watch the whole thing through and then
Aha.
go back to it. Okay. Starfruit.
Starfruit.
Star Wars.
We all love Star Wars, but we're all coming from very different places.
This has been a very free environment for everybody to just throw things out there.
We've all done lots of storytelling, but this is unique and really special.
The idea that this thing has been simmering for so long.
Okay, the bullshit corporate platitudes are not helping. Like they're saying very vacuous statements that don't actually mean much of anything.
You know, I'm not trying to judge their credibility as Star Wars fans. I'm not. I'm just saying, like.
However.
Yeah. However, this is just going from my own personal opinion. If you are a true fan of Star Wars, like take Dave Filoni, right?
Yeah, the man they honestly should have given control of Star Wars too.
Mm-hmm.
If we're being entirely honest here.
Yeah, whenever he talks about Star Wars in any type of video or interview, he just gives off this vibe of,
a kid in a candy store who got basically the keys to the entire candy store.
Yeah. I mean, granted, it could be the editing of the video that doesn't really let them really actually talk about it. But I'm not.
But the monotone is not helping, and the abstract, everything is generically warm and pleasant thing isn't helping either. And here's the other thing. If you were to walk up to Dave Filoni and say the word Star Wars, you would probably have to prepare for a 2-hour rant about how awesome it was working on Star Wars. And that should be the case. I made this pitch the other day on one of Englantine's streams. If I were the editor of DC or Marvel, one of my mandates would be, if you want to pitch me a new series of one of our established characters, you and I need to have a meeting. And in that meeting, you need to fanboy about what you would do to the character for at least like 20 minutes. And if you can't manage that, then you don't get access to the character. And also, it needs to be about how awesome the current character is, not all the deconstructive things you wish you could do to the character.
Right. Can I throw an example since you did DC? Like, could I of like a character I was writing?
Go ahead.
Okay, so this was from my rewrite of Jason Todd for Titans. So I find Jason Todd interesting simply on a fact that we see how he becomes a very dark and kind of he shows a path that Batman could have taken early on.
Mm-hmm.
And he does obviously represent a very much dark reflection of Batman. Like, what if he becomes like this punisher of the guilty instead of like just stopping the bad guys? And also there's the very tragic element of a son who has kind of lost his way.
The fallen prodigal son.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Granted, most people didn't like Jason Todd at first because they thought he was just a second-rate Dick Grayson. And obviously you could probably play with that too. in a series about Jason Todd.
Him having an identity crisis over trying to live to the legacy of both Batman and Dick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the way
or Batman even comparing him to Dick, like, Dick did this in 20 minutes, you took 30, you need to improve, so on and so forth. Because, of course, Batman's going to be a bit of a hard ass when it comes to training, because he's Batman.
Okay, so Todd Gaming, yeah, Dave Filoni or Dave Phil Pye was a man who deserved to get Star Wars. And Chrononaut says, do you see any pentagrams? So far, no, not diverse.
Although if they had one of us in their chrono, I imagine it would take like 20 minutes just to itemize how the Force worked, which would be like our main focus. And of course there would be at least one storyline that focused on the witches of Dathomir. Because why not?
Oh, you know, I would. It's weird because I thought about this character once for Star Wars, like kind of a fan fiction type, right? He's a man of the Force, but he studies all of the Force, and it was kind of traveling. And this was going to take place like maybe a little bit before the Clone Wars or during the Clone Wars, where he travels, and he's just learning everything he can about the Force, right? He's learned from Jedi, and he's learned. He's gone to places where the Sith have been, like maybe Korriban or something.
Yeah.
And he was going to have a story arc.
Studies as many diverse
ideas and philosophies of the Force as possible. Simply because he doesn't like the idea of the Jedi, who are very restrictive, and he also doesn't really agree with the Sith and kind of like their own self-destructive paths they take.
Yeah. Because they're hedonistic morons who basically want to destroy themselves.
Yeah. And I thought it would be interesting to have a character kind of not be Jedi or not be Sith and just kind of talk and learn from the witches of Dathomir when they're at their height, not when they're massacred or killed or anything.
So kind of a... there is actually a straight-up wizard character in the Jedi Order. I don't remember what happened to him in Legends canon, but there was at one point a literal Jedi wizard the Council could call on that studied like the magical aspect of the Force. So
yeah, you know, it's just this guy, and honestly, I wanted to have him be from Earth. Like he was like one of a very few Force users from Earth, and like it was going to be a fan fiction of Earth and Star Wars.
It's funny that you mentioned this because every time I imagine myself as like a self-insert character in the Star Wars universe, that's basically what I'm like. Surprising no one, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, do you remember that idea I had for another idea of Earth and Star Wars that was like,
yeah, that like all religions basically rose out of Force use and whatnot.
Yeah, kind of. It was. Well, the actual title was going to be Star Wars: The Obsidian Knights.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I remember these. Yeah.
And they were kind of supposed to represent the ideal that Jedi say they are, but really have kind of fallen from.
Yeah. A return to the ways of the Jedi.
Yeah, well, and also they were supposed to technically, and again, for Earth standards, they were technically, when we would see them, and again, I wanted to have this set in the Clone Wars era, because I like the Clone Wars. Sue me.
Mm-hmm.
But they were kind of supposed to represent a fledgling kind of style of the Jedi Knights. Because they were literally, in terms of Star Wars, they were literally formed 10 years ago. And the reason why they were called Obsidian Knights because they all had
is because you liked the Black Blade and you wanted to do something similar. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, they all had the like crystals that gave them the dark saber, light saber color.
That, if I remember correctly, were found on the moon. right?
Yeah, like kyber crystals were in the giant chasm of kyber crystals were found on the moon. Again, there was a whole history I wrote out for this fan fiction idea. But again, kind of bringing it back is that you can kind of tell that I'm getting into it, that I'm showing my passion for it.
Yes. And you also know enough about the universe itself to not completely fuck with the lore every 5 minutes. And you respect the lore enough to know that there's something worth saving in the lore. Rather than just writing your own story and then pretending like the lore always was like that.
Well, I always say,
I will say there is. Go ahead.
well, no, I was just going to say, I always make when I call my work, when I do writing of this kind of style, I say it's over glorified fan fiction.
Although to be fair, your work is usually better than most fan fiction. Most.
Well,
There's some really, really great fanfic out there, but
oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong.
mostly-
I've read a few that are really good. Even some are even better than what we actually get from the IPs nowadays.
yeah. And lest we forget, 50 Shades of Grey actually started as Twilight fanfic.
Okay, so shall we starfruit this, or do we have anything else to say before we move on?
Nah, we should starfruit it.
Yeah, okay. Starfruit.
Starfruit.
That's what Dawn would be if he went into space.
Basically.
Yeah. Okay. Starfruit, yeah.
Starfruit.
History of the galaxy.
Yep, it goes way back to the beginning of Star Wars.
We gave them essentially a blank slate. What would you like to
Oh, Pablo Haldelo? No, Hildelo. Senior Creative Executive, Franchise Story and Content, Lucasfilm.
Again, what were you thinking when you deleted the entire Expanded Universe and made it Legends? What?
He's kind of he's been there a while. I know that. Like he was around when Clone Wars was being made.
Okay, so this isn't the guy I should blame for nuking the EU.
No, I'm sure that was an executive Disney decision.
That may have been Kathleen Kennedy herself. So there's that.
Okay. But yeah, I know this guy. I've seen him around a few times. Like he when there were ever episodes of Star Wars Rebels that did like those behind the scenes things, like on the Star Wars channel, he would usually pop up and talk about like certain lore things and things like they were in the episodes. Oh wait.
So yeah, good. He at least knows a thing
Yeah.
or two.
Okay. Starfruit.
Starfruit.
Over 1,000 generations, the Jedi Knights were the guardians of peace and justice.
A line that we've been hearing since 1977. And we thought, what does that look like?
Yeah, see, again, like this whole thing is a good idea. It's just I'm scared how they're gonna do it. Like premise wise, it works.
Yeah, I don't know if I trust. Yeah, I don't know if I trust Disney to be in charge of this, or at least not Disney Star Wars.
Right.
You want to give it to Kevin Feige, then we have a different conversation, because Kevin Feige is apparently the uber nerd of all uber nerds, but the current crop of Disney executives and writers, no thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Especially not with their corporate speaking monotones that they are doing just like this the entire video, claiming to be super, super excited and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Starfruit.
It is a golden age where there's much more peace and calm in the galaxy. So we're calling it the High Republic.
The description that we've used for the Jedi of this era is that they are the Jedi Knights of the Round Table.
Okay, I appreciate the Arthur reference, but Why though? Like it's not as though making Arthurian references in Star Wars is new. I mean, it happened in New Hope, for fuck's sake. But does Star Wars not have enough cachet at this point to warrant its own designation?
Well, I think what they're saying is like in terms of like the Knights of the Round Table.
In terms of like the themes and things of that nature, yeah, I know. It's just,
Well, actually,
it's odd. It's odd that we can't keep it internal to the universe itself, not. But again, like I said, New Hope did it too, so I can't complain too much.
Well, I was just thinking like in terms of the Knights of the Round Table, which represent honor or nobility and just courageous and justice and all that. That's
all of those great qualities that nobles are supposed to stereotypically have.
Mm-hmm. That these Jedi Knights who lived 100 years before, or hundreds of years before what we saw in the Clone Wars and the prequels, which was basically like the corruption and falling of the Jedi Knights.
The fall into disgrace of the Jedi Order, and the rise of the Sith to correct it, and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm. And these Jedi.
So presumably this would be after the Sith Wars?
I assume so. I don't know what the Sith Wars are, unfortunately.
The Sith Wars were essentially a giant fuck-off war between the Jedi and the Sith that eventually led into the Sith like decaying into a cult of thugs who beat the shit out of each other, and eventually Darth Bane was like, if we keep beating the shit out of each other, there's not going to be any knowledge of the dark side left. So I'm killing all of you, and we're starting it over with one master and one apprentice, and I'm establishing the rule of two.
Which the Jedi would follow soon after.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So we're seeing arts or concept arts, which always looks cool, of like the Jedi Knights we'll be seeing in the High Republic's kind of series and stuff.
I would really like to know how concept artists come up with this shit sometimes, because they're basically just told what the people want, and then they can visually make it from scratch, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Very impressive skill.
Yeah, I wish I had it. I'm not exactly an artist anymore. I kind of gave that up.
Yeah, I can't draw for shit either.
Yeah, but I mean, like, again, just saying this is me. If I'm like a director on anything, and I'm working with concept artists, I'm gonna be like working with them, like sitting beside them, like just telling them things and stuff. Like even the rough sketches, I will look at. Because I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of meticulous when it comes to creativity.
No, really? I could never have guessed.
Wait, when you're making a story, you gotta make sure you got everything right and just perfect. Because one little fucking mistake and the whole story just.
No, I get it. I'm good naturedly ribbing you. Is all.
Oh, I know. Fully aware of that.
Because you are one of the only people I've seen get more obsessive about me with my creative projects, because I do the same thing. It's why I find it funny. Watching it from the outside is interesting, because I know what it's like to be inside that mindset of I must somehow get this idea that I have in my head out into the world, and it's got to be just so, or it'll be fucking horrible, and I'll be to blame for ruining this great idea. No.
You are the only one who understands my pain, Dalton.
I do my best.
Yeah.
I may not have many talents, but understanding your pain is apparently one of them.
So Starfruit.
Starfruit.
But Star Wars isn't just about Jedi, and we will tell stories of new smugglers, new scoundrels, new bounty hunters.
The threat and the tension really come.
Oh, damn! I was trying to get to the rough sketches of the bounty hunters and scoundrels and whatnot.
I'll just say this right now. I don't really care about the scoundrels and the bounty hunters. The like one story that I was interested to maybe get from someone like that is already being told with the Mandalorian. I don't need.
Yeah.
There doesn't always have to be a Han Solo. I'm sorry.
I honestly.
And go ahead.
Well, I just want a lot more stories about Mandalorians.
I'd like some stories of some non-humans just in general. We get too many humanoids, I think.
Yeah, that's actually true. Well, actually, you know what? I would love just more stuff about the Force and like different
Ways of using it that aren't as known to the Jedi and the Sith. Yeah,
that too, and also like different religions of the Force, because there are.
Yeah, I'd like to see also a series that focuses on the moons, because that I think would be interesting, because that was Darth Plagueis' race.
Mm.
And we only really see them once in Revenge of the Sith. The one that was played by Bruce Spence that was talking to Obi-Wan Kenobi about that was whispering about all the battle droids that were hidden.
Uh-huh. See, the stories might suck, but at least the art looks semi-cool. Granted, again, concept art.
Yeah, concept art always looks cool. Pretty
Yeah.
much. What's really annoying is when you realize that they didn't manage to actually replicate the concept art. Like, there's actually concept art from the first Spider-Man movie where there was a comic book accurate Green Goblin, and for some reason they just changed their minds to the stupid quasi Power Rangers battlesuit thing.
It's whatever to me. I don't know.
Starfruit.
Oh, right, Starfruit. God damn, I'm an idiot.
You came up with that and then probably forgot it. But yes, Starfruit.
I have a lot going on in my head right now.
I know.
Because we got talking about like my Star Wars stuff and
then your brain immediately went, let me do 20 minutes of work on this secretly in the confines of my own head. And the rest of your brain was like, but we have other things to do though. And the creative part of your brain was like, I don't care.
I'm trying to weigh out what maybe if I should make a video out of it, like a video series, fan fiction wise.
Well, you should definitely do something with it. From what you told me, is a good idea.
Yeah. All right. But Starfruit.
Starfruit.
Yeah. All right.
Bounty hunters.
The threat and the tension really comes from the Republic's borders, because the Republic does not extend from one side of the galaxy to the other.
It's a bit of a Wild West new frontier. We see a different kind of Jedi that patrols the frontiers. It is more of a Texas Ranger.
Can we not just see like the galaxy at peacetime and what the Jedi actually do during peacetime? Can we not just see that? Do we have to jam MacGuffin into everything?
Oh no, it's not a MacGuffin. It's just like a new threat has arisen. And plus, the thing is with the Star Wars universe is that it's kind of constantly in conflict. And that's kind of how the Force works, I think.
Well, presumably at some point it's in some kind of balance.
Yeah, even if it is in balance, even if it is in balance, it's I don't know. For the Star Wars universe, I've always thought that conflict is just kind of a natural state. Even if there's peace, there's
Yeah,
still.
I wouldn't mind seeing like the Jedi as sort of spiritual beat cops. Is the thing. Like, can you imagine a buddy cop Star Wars movie with two Jedi? That'd be really interesting, I think.
Actually, no, that would be. But yeah, I'm not that interested. Maybe because it's the sequel trilogy kind of, you know, drained my enthusiasm.
Sapped all the excitement out of the room.
Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting concept, but I don't know. It just feels like we're going to get the same kind of thing we got with the Clone Wars, but not as good.
Well, but then again, Clone Wars wasn't bad, so I suppose
Well,
that
what I mean is like, well, I also said with the Clone Wars, like with Jedi being soldiers instead of peacekeepers, and it's not going to be as good as Clone Wars, like the High Republic is.
yeah, probably not. But yeah, I just want to see Jedi. What do Jedi do when there isn't some big colossal war threat thing going on? Like, what
Kind
what
of
does the average day of an average Jedi look like?
a
When
weird thing is I constantly think this is what I think what a Jedi would be in peacetime. Basically, like monks, like Shaolin monks, but monks nonetheless.
Yeah.
Kind of keeping themselves in seclusion from the rest of the world, even if their home base would be on Coruscant. Um, they just kind of keep to themselves and just study the ways of the Force or their limited knowledge of the Force, and just practice their stuff.
Well, I mean, they'd obviously still go on missions and whatnot. I mean, like, what sort of missions does a Jedi go on during peacetime, I guess?
Okay, since they're supposed to be peacekeepers, I assume to be like kind of a neutral third party in affairs.
Again, kind of what I was thinking with like Jedi beat cops almost.
Yes, yeah,
Like you get Jedi assigned to certain sectors, and then they'd sort of become the go-to wise man and elder and diplomats and healers probably.
so
And
essentially Green Lanterns.
similar, but not quite exactly. More like um sort of village priests almost. Like I imagine in peacetime every village or every planet has a Jedi or a group of Jedi that they go to as like they go to like, oh, so and so owes me such and such money or what have you. Please help us uh eat please help us work out this dispute, Master Jedi. Or, oh no, this natural disaster is happening. We need someone to do rescue work and so forth. Oh
Mhm.
look, our local battalion of Jedi's have come to assist with that. Or, oh no, someone is having a spiritual or like emotional crisis. Go to the local Jedi to be kind of the marriage counselor slash like uh spiritual advisor sort of
I'll be
thing.
back.
Okay. Stars in your multitude, scarce to be counted, filling the darkness with order and light. You are the sentinel, silent and sure, keeping watch in the night, keeping watch in. You know your place in the sky. You hold your course in your reign. and each in your season returns and returns, and is always the same. And if you fall as Lucifer fell, you fall in flame. And so it must be, for so it is written on the doorway of paradise, that those who falter and those who fall must pay the price.
Okay, I am back, and apparently now I have a deli sub. New York style.
Ah.
Had to take off the lettuce and the pickles.
Ah.
That's right, folks. I hate anything healthy. Well, okay, not true, but lettuce and tomato are like one of the least favorite, like one of my least favorite vegetables to eat.
Lettuce is just nothing as far as like food stuff go. It's just like water that someone vaguely pressed into a leaf shape.
Yeah, it's always like either super dry to me, or it's just got no flavor, or it's like super bitter, you know?
Yeah, like there are other forms of cabbage that have some kind of distinctive flavor to them, but like lettuce,
Ooh,
nothing.
Swiss cheese. I didn't notice that before.
Ah,
I haven't had Swiss cheese in years, literally years.
you didn't notice the Swiss cheese. There must have been holes in your perception.
I don't have the soundboard open, but if I did, I would press the crickets button.
I apologize for the cheesy joke.
For the record, I thought it was provolone. And I noticed the holes just now. Anyway. Starfruit.
Starfruit.
We're now bringing in concept artists, illustrators, and visualists the same way that you would when you're making a movie.
We even had Ian McKay come down and just do sketch after sketch for us. And you have a guy.
Okay, so well, they bring it up. Anyways, I wasn't sure what I was gonna say. I mean, it's cool that they're bringing all these people in to like make art for this and like visualize this world, like this time in this world.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Sorry. Okay, so let's see what they were going to say next.
Who designed the look for Darth Maul, sketching Jedi for you. Doesn't get any cooler than this.
The scale of this initiative is really new for us. We're going to have stories for adults and teens and kids.
Okay, so the fact that they have to say that, I mean, I get it. There is an obvious
They're shaping stories per like target audiences and stuff. But ideally, and this was true of the old Star Wars, literally anyone was the audience.
Mm-hmm.
Literally anyone who would care about Star Wars was the audience for Star Wars. And that's why it became one of the most lucrative and best known nerd franchises in the history of the world. But now you have to deliberately try to court various audiences. And also, I don't have too much faith in your ability to actually make it work because supposedly the Disney sequel trilogy movies were for everyone, and that kind of ended up backfiring now, didn't it?
Right. They have pictures here of some of the Jedi, I guess, that are going to be in the stories. I mean, they look like Well, honestly, I kind of like the looks of these Jedi, like the robes. They look kind of different from the ones we've seen in like the Clone Wars, New Hope eras.
Mm-hmm.
Just have a really unique style, like in terms of design and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. I want to say something, but I'm not entirely sure if it's like from what I mean. Like, I don't know. Maybe this is me just reaching, but I'm noticing that like there are full scale shots of female characters mostly, while guy characters like it barely nothing. Maybe that's me like
It might
reading too much into it.
it might just be a bad shot, or the people cutting together the trailer might have just been really biased. Which, given Hollywood in the current day and age, wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, like I said, maybe I'm reading too much into it.
But hey, at least now you're starting to notice it without being without it being pointed at you.
Honestly, I kind of preferred it that way. At least you could feign ignorance and just try to enjoy
Just
something.
when you think you're out, they pull you back in.
Well, I'm just like, I would prefer to judge it on its own merits than like the stupid social political bullshit that's stuffed into it.
Yeah, unfortunately, art in this day and age is like 40% socio-political bullshit, because that's what people think art should be.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Okay.
we go wrong with civilization.
All right. So Starfruit.
Starfruit.
Building this out simultaneously across.
Oh, okay. So here are here are the publishers that they're going to be working with.
Mm-hmm.
So you have Disney Lucasfilm Press, obviously, which I assume are like for the books, like the actual books, not like comics or anything. Del Rey, I've never heard of them.
I think they're a comic publisher.
Okay, I mean, we could look it up real quick. Oh, wait. I spelled it. Still looking. Oh, publisher. I don't know. I think it is a book publisher. Then you obviously have Marvel and IDW.
Yes.
Right. Titan Magazines. I think I've checked out a few other. That's a comic publisher. I know that. I checked out like one or two other comics.
Oh yeah, Titan does really good work with especially with the Elric books they publish. Their recent Elric books have been awesome.
And Abrams. I don't.
Oh God.
I'm pretty sure it's just It's just publishing him, dude.
Yeah, but they're probably still going to give it to JJ anyway.
BM Books, BNM Books. I've never heard of those guys. Granted, I don't read a lot of books lately, so
I wonder if it's short for Barnes and Noble books. Or
BNM.
if it's just like a Barnes and Noble. Oh, M. Never mind.
Viz Media, which is cool. DK, I know. And Insight Editions. So since all of these multiple publishers, how do they connect is the question, and is it going to be good? Like how they're connected?
Yeah, that really is the question, isn't it?
Dalton?
Disney outsources stuff. Disney outsources stuff. Lord only knows if it's going to actually be good or not.
Yeah. Okay. Starfruit?
Starfruit.
Yep.
Multiple publishers, and it gives us the ability to tell vast interconnected stories across multiple years. There will be a core group of heroes that will expand over time. There'll be villains.
Our main villain are the group called the Nile. We kind of like to refer to them as space Vikings.
What? Space Viking. Install.
What's wrong with that?
You already have the Mandalorian. That's basically what the Mandalorians are. And you're going to create another race of space Vikings?
Not a race. It looks more like a group.
Okay, so why not just make them space pirates? That makes slightly more sense.
For the record, Mandalorian is not a race. It's a creed.
Well, I mean, technically, but that from the ancients of Mandalore.
That is true, and I really wish that in some of the newer series there would literally be alien Mandalorians. That would be cool.
Yes.
Hey, maybe even get some droids to be Mandalorians too,
I think that might be hard.
if they prove themselves.
If.
Huh?
Yes. I said if. Yes.
You're eh.
Well, I'm just saying. I think at that point they would consider those characters property because droid, and if you program it,
That's true. So Starfruit. Oh.
my internet decided to kick me out again because stupid.
It happens.
But yeah, like I was saying, if you program a droid to be a good Mandalorian, isn't it the programming that makes them good at being a Mandalorian, not the droid itself? And isn't the whole point of a Mandalorian to be kind of individualistic?
That's fair. Plus, a droid doesn't have those limitations that an organic person has to push themselves through to be a Mandalorian by their trials of right, I believe.
Yeah, if again, if you program a droid to be good at being a Mandalorian, then there's no point in it. And if you don't program a droid to be good at being a Mandalorian and they just sort of stumble into it, I suppose that could work. But even then, you have the issue of most droids are seen as property because, object. So, yeah, droid Mandalorian would be confusing.
Well, okay. Starfruit?
Starfruit.
Their motto is, "You can't take it with you, but we can take it from you."
That sounds stupid. I'm not saying that's not a cogent philosophy or anything. It just sounds really cliche and stupid. From the
Yeah,
word
I would
go.
say it's kind of something like the Sith do, or any like antagonistic force in Star Wars.
Yeah, this is like it'd honestly be smarter to bring in the Yuzong Wong, and I dislike the Yuzong Wong. They're basically parasites who feed on the Force, and who the Force has rejected so much that it basically won't go anywhere near them. And that makes it a bitch because none of the Force powers work from the Yuzong Wong.
Interesting. So if you were a Jedi as yourself, a Jedi, during the Yuzong Vong War, you would totally be fucked.
Basically.
Okay.
Although a serious question as to whether the Yuzong Wong are alive because they don't have the Force, and the Force is like life energy itself. So, can an organic being without the Force be qualified as alive? I would say no, by both the rules of Star Wars and also the metaphysics that sort of underpins the philosophy of the Force. Because the Force as a concept is based on lots of different Eastern philosophy and lots of different metaphysical philosophy. So, are the Yuzong Wong even alive? That's a good question.
Interesting. Right. Yeah.
Or are they basically like organic droids?
Again, good questions. I don't know the answer to.
Yeah. Starfruit?
Starfruit.
Our story starts with what we're calling the Great Disaster.
It wouldn't be Star Wars without adventure. And there's definitely a series of events that will spin the galaxy into a dangerous new direction, and it'll give the opportunity for heroes to rise up.
The cool thing about this is that
The
there's
whole
going to be
point of this was supposed to be under peacetime. Why yet another great apocalyptic what's it? To stir problem.
Well, you also have to keep in mind this is technically a prequel.
Right, but it's supposed to be a prequel from the idyllic time.
Good point.
And their first instinct is let's fuck everything up again.
Well, what if? I don't know. Because a part of me was thinking, what if they show the corruption of the Republic? But I'm sure even 100 years ago, hundreds of years ago, before the actual events of the Skywalker saga, the Republic was corrupt because technically it's not even a republic.
Well, that's why the Jedi were so keen on the whole Chosen One thing because they could tell the Force was out of balance, and they wanted someone to come along and fix it.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I don't know why they're doing it this way.
I think because they're just too lazy to figure out compelling reasons to watch a show that doesn't focus on a big main MacGuffin.
Well, it's not a MacGuffin. It's just literally an event that happens.
Well, plot device. Anyway.
I mean, you could focus on smaller conflicts happening, that don't erupt into something larger.
Or hell, basically, what you should do is you should kind of make the Jedi space diplomats and have it be kind of like Game of Thrones, but slightly more civilized.
Mm-hmm. Or if you want a big conflict, literally go to the Old Republic stuff. Maybe the Mandalorian Wars or the Hyperspace Wars,
or the Sith Wars. Just
yeah,
saying.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting stuff there. Like if you want conflict, if you want war for the Star Wars, then go to the Old Republic. I think this is them trying to do the Old Republic, but not
without doing the Old Republic.
Yeah.
They want the cachet of doing the old school stuff, but without actually bothering to know anything about the old school stuff.
So we're missing Revan. We're missing we're missing a lot of stuff, obviously.
We're missing Darth Bane, we're missing Marka Ragnos, we're missing Darth Andidu.
Again, the various wars that happened. The Sith Empire.
We're even missing weird guys like Darth Nihilus, the literal Force Eater, basically Galactus, for Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
He could literally consume entire planets' Force energy and rip holes in space because he could eat the Force. You
know what? I would have loved. You know what I would have loved to see, like, resurrected from Legends or the EU.
Mm-hmm.
Star Wars Infinities.
That wouldn't be bad.
For those who don't know, Star Wars Infinities were essentially like Marvel What Ifs, but for Star Wars. I think they only lasted like 6 issues, then they got canceled. But, it was an interesting idea because essentially you could give the writer whatever they could, just change this one little thing, and then they can go all ham with it.
Or hell, talk about like dark Jedi being an issue. If Sith aren't an issue, then maybe people dissenting from the Order is an issue.
The Old Republic Jedi Civil War.
Yeah, or what's her name that found the dark Jedi that actually founded the Night Sisters unintentionally? I think her name was Amara, but I may be wrong.
Are you talking about like from the Knights of the Old Republic games, like the original ones?
I don't remember her ever showing up in the games. I just remember reading something about it somewhere.
Right. Or you know what? Forget like the Jedis and stuff. I actually explore the galaxy.
Yeah, you have an entire galaxy at your disposal with presumably all kinds of different Force users, several of which we know about from Legends, and you didn't bother with any of them. It's always a pissing contest of, well, I'm going to insist that emotions be repressed. Well, I'm going to go so toxically into my emotions that I'm going to destroy myself. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth for fucking millennia, apparently. Can we get out of the Jedi and Sith dichotomy already? Can somebody from the gray Jedi side go, hang on, what if we actually use emotions, but we use them for positive things? We learn to control ourselves,
right,
but not so much that we become soulless robots.
You know what I would love to see in like a comic series or maybe even a movie trilogy?
Hmm.
The Jedi Order, you know,
The Jedi.
Jedi. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Like if
Yeah,
'cause
the fall of the fall of the Jedi would be interesting, I think, to see.
yeah. I honestly think it would work better as a comic series than a trilogy because I think there's too much there to be put into like 2 hours of a movie.
Yeah, or give us the backstory of the family. We never really figure out how it is they are so powerful in the Force, aside from because the plot says so.
Yeah, it's just so many cool things, and you're focusing on something that doesn't really need to be touched upon. And if it is touched upon, you're doing it in a wrong way, in a way that doesn't really work or people won't care about.
You're bringing in outsider space Vikings and Wild West unexplored regions because you can't think of anything to do in the actual galaxy you have without the giant Sith pissing contest that's been going on.
Or if I remember correctly, they literally went 1,000 years into the future in some comics of Star Wars, like before Disney.
I think they did, yeah.
Yeah, so you could do that too. See how the universe changes after the Skywalker saga. You know, just stuff like that.
Yeah.
All right.
That would require actually caring about the material, and we can't do that.
Mm-hmm. So Starfruit.
Starfruit.
Yep.
Story for every Star Wars fan. It's really fun to be able to keep readers on their toes. This era is rife for storytelling. The eureka moment was the question, what scares the Jedi? And that made us all go, ooh, something wicked this way comes.
Plenty of things have been established that scare the Jedi. You're not being new or clever, you're just being derivative at this point. And if this era were so ripe for storytelling, then why don't you tell stories actually in that era and not seek external Deus Ex Machinas for storytelling? If you have a good story already to tell, then you don't need to add extraneous shit like Space Vikings and Wild West unexplored regions onto it.
Seriously, Abeloth.
Yeah, she could be like the entire universe's antagonist. She's a dark goddess, basically. She's basically the Star Wars equivalent of Lilith.
I'm sorry. I think that we totally skipped over this part, but I did want to find it because. God damn it! This is like a still image of this part. Okay. So this was like what got people into a frenzy, like this whiteboard. So we have three things here: fiction, Star Wars. I assume things that they love about Star Wars, and Star Wars wishes, right? Not even sure what those two mean.
I think things that happened in the EU, things that are canon, and things we want to happen.
Yeah.
I think that seems to be the most
intuitive. But so we'll start with fiction since it's the closest to the screen. Authentically lived in. That's already been established for Star Wars. Surprise. Again. That's just normal. This is normal storytelling.
Yeah, it's vague and it's platitudinous and it's a basic building block of every kind of storytelling.
I mean, like, I talked to you like off camera and stuff. Like, I talked to you about my story, and like few weeks ago, I gave you like a full rundown of how the whole story would go, right?
Mm-hmm.
I told you a few of the surprises I had planned, right?
Yes.
Surprise is common for any type of fiction.
Unless the fiction category is supposed to be stuff that all fiction should have, like the basics of all fiction, and then Star Wars specific, and then things we want to happen, maybe.
Number 3 in fiction, diversity.
Oh no.
Yep.
Like, I don't want to hate on this word or this concept, because this word and this concept didn't do anything wrong.
No, it's fine. It's just, again, in the context, with all the bullshit that people throw that word around.
Yeah, with all of the clout that word now wields like a club everywhere it goes, this is not a good sign. It's kind of like the statement "Jews run the banks" in any normal context would be a fairly neutral statement, but if you say it after World War II, it takes on a very different meaning, because that was one of the areas of attack that allowed the Nazis to vilify, both in their own heads and to the public, the hatred of Jews. It should just be a neutral statement of fact, but unfortunately, because of the world in which we live, a neutral statement of fact is now horribly forbidden. And diversity is essentially the opposite. Diversity should just be a neutral statement of fact. But unfortunately, because of the world we live in, it's seen as this heavenly transcendent virtue that we can sacrifice all the other things to, and everything will be fine. Well, unfortunately, no, not at all. Diversity should just either be a given or it should be irrelevant. Or preferably both. It should be both a given and irrelevant. But, that's not the world in which we find ourselves.
Yeah.
We find ourselves in a world where the basic building block of diversity is basically treated like transubstantiation. Some sacred tenet between whatever fucked up deity feminists would worship and the rest of humanity.
Mm-hmm. See, the way I would like to interpret it is diversity of philosophy and thought amongst characters.
Unfortunately, that very often is the exact opposite philosophy that espoused when diversity comes up. It means basically every kind of diversity except diversity of thought and philosophy, which, in my opinion, is actually the only kind of diversity that substantively matters. Other kinds of diversity are nice, but they're sort of extraneous to the point of diversity of thought and experience and philosophy.
After that actual ending, okay.
It's good that someone somewhere reminded people that actual endings do need to be a thing.
I mean, granted, for Star Wars, technically the story never really ends. It's just the chapter.
Well, since this is a prequel, there needs to be at some point a point where this stops and the events of like Clone Wars and whatnot play out.
Well, again, this takes place hundreds of years before, so.
Well, I wonder how much they'll jump around a bit. Like, will they jump from this was 200 years ago back to this was 500 years ago back to this was 100 years ago back to this was 800 years ago and so on? Will they kind of jump around and make it an anthology? That would be the way to do it, I would think.
That's interesting. Chrononaut. What is an elephant? A mouse built to a committee's specifications.
It's a very strange sentiment. I can't tell if you're trying to insult committees or defend them. Because
I don't think that's the point, Dalton.
Chrono's brain must have skipped a firing again.
I got nothing for that because I don't know what that means at all.
Chrono, change your brain's fuse box. I think you might have a short in it again.
Yeah. So after actual ending, there's feelings, of course. Again, it's just general stuff besides the diversity thing.
Yeah, this is either very vague and almost irrelevant, or very sinister redefinition of words.
Mm-hmm. Star Wars is simple tale. That's what he's saying.
Okay, what does that says? That's basically a Barnum statement. It could say everything and nothing at the same time. It's nothing but abstract woo.
Well, Star Wars is simple tale, or what is an elephant?
Star Wars simple tale is what it was saying.
Okay. Because I do agree, that. I don't know. Anyway, relatable characters, sweeping / epic, and humor is literally on the bottom. I mean, it's fine. That probably should be.
But again, this either says everything or nothing. It's a quintessential Barnum statement. It's like we should all be nice to each other and nobody should ever suffer.
Do you not live in a world?
Yeah, it's just like, have you never been exposed to the human concept of storytelling before? Like, are you aliens from another world trying to surgically and technologically, anthropologically examine what storytelling is from the ground up with no concern for it before?
Okay, so Chrononaut says, hero discovers bigger world, hero goes on a quest, hero faces villain. Yeah, Star Wars is basically, it's a classic.
Yeah, it's Joseph Campbell's hero's journey is what it is. And it's always been Joseph Campbell's hero's journey. It's one of the reasons why Last Jedi sucked so hard, because they kept shitting all over the concept of the hero's journey.
Mm-hmm. Sequels just add in results from Last Tale repeat cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Things I guess they love about Star Wars, since it's Star Wars with a heart at the end.
I guess.
All right, you mice motherfuckers, will you shut the fuck up?
Are you literally having an argument with mice?
Yeah, they're making noise around my goddamn dresser, or one of them.
I will attempt to refrain from mentioning that you basically live in a condemned building.
I really should have a cat, but instead I got a dog. I mean, I love my dog and all. It's just
she's not very effective as a mouser.
Nope.
Whereas kitties tend to be, whether you want them to be or not. I know this from experience. I have 2 cats. And they are cute. But they also leave mice corpses on the porch all the time. And one time, my cat actually brought in a star-nosed mole corpse to the porch.
Huh. Alright. So, moving back from that weird side tangent.
Mm-hmm.
Not okay. So Star Wars is apparently not pro-war. That's like literally the first thing they love about Star Wars. Technically, yes, I agree, but
I
it's
mean,
more of
go ahead. Sorry.
it's. No, it's fine. It's Star Wars is more of. It's not technically not pro-war. It's more of shows the trouble and problems of war. I wouldn't say it's
It does. Like, this worries me already because they're assuming that Star Wars takes a political stance of any kind on the topic of war. Like, it could just be trying to tell a story about things rather than taking a position on things. But if that's the first thing they like, then I'm suspecting bias here. They essentially like that they can turn it to their own political ends, or that their own political ends can be served by it. It's like me saying what I like about black people is that they can be slaves. That would be one of the most evil and racist things it is possible to say.
God, I wish Corrupt was here.
And I would never say it unironically or to make a point.
Again, I wish Corrupt was here for that.
I get the feeling he would take so much of the piss out of it, it wouldn't be funny.
You think it's funny, don't you? You're racist.
I find it funny because two of my best friends are people of color who don't give even the minorest shit about shit like that.
Yep. All right. So after that, droids, scope, and mythic. I'm just trying to make sure we get through these kind of quick because we got something else to do.
Okay, if you like the mythic qualities of Star Wars, please don't fuck up the hero's journey like Rian Johnson did. Just saying. Just throwing that out there. Do not screw with the hero's journey. It's what makes Star Wars Star Wars.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure we could still talk about the not pro-war thing, but
yeah, there's a lot that could be said about that and how you're basically molding Star Wars or assuming it's already molded to your liking.
Mm-hmm.
And no.
Well, I was gonna say Star Wars. Technically, it's about war, but it always shows.
It's. I think it is a fair assessment to say that Star Wars could be contrived as not pro-war and very much anti-war, but to bring it up or to call attention to it, I find to be somewhat sinister because it implies you want that to be kind of the focus because it's something you like enough to mention and therefore you want more focus on it. Is usually how these things work.
Okay, so Chrononaut said a few things before we move on. Star Wars is a very simple formula for success. Yeah.
Which apparently eludes these morons in their moral woo.
Mm-hmm. Now, okay, I cut out too much of the elephant comment. It is borrowed from an old joke. The elephant is a mouse built to government specs. Here, it's overcomplicated process and result, and it usually fails.
Well, but the problem with that joke is that I don't think it works because I would consider an elephant an improvement on a mouse.
No. It's an elephant, a mouse built to government specs of an elephant.
Ooh, what?
I don't know, man. I'm
like the way you corrected it. It makes so much less sense now. I thought it was like a descriptive statement, like a mouse is, or an elephant is a mouse built to government specification. That at least is a sentence.
No, okay,
that
I
makes
think I
any
get. I
sense.
think I get it. Right. Okay, so a mouse is like super tiny, right?
Yes.
And it's to build an elephant by government's specifications. So by government specifications, elephant would probably be huge to a mouse, and it's probably still huge by government specifications, right?
Mhm.
So after that, Chrononaut says it's overcomplicated. It's an overcomplicated process and result, and it usually fails.
I guess I don't get that joke in that context.
Yeah,
Fair.
neither do I.
Your
Now,
brain short circuited, Chrono.
or,
Reinsert the disk.
or we're just not getting it. Probably us.
Yeah.
Uh,
Either your brain.exe has crashed or our brains.exe have crashed. We don't know.
But here's an interesting question he brings up. Now, here's a question. You are put in as the editor of the last few Star Wars movies. Your word is final. What has to be edited for success?
I probably would just scrap the entire trilogy and tell the writers to start over. To be honest with you.
Well, I already came up with a sequel, my sequel trilogy idea. So yeah, probably the same with Dalton, and I already have a plan out.
I'd have to give some serious thought to mine. Most of my plans would just be take the best bits of the EU and actually use them.
Well, my plan was to fill in the gaps between the 30 years between the original trilogy and the sequel trilogy. Would be to borrow stuff from Legends. Like I would say the Thrawn trilogy would be like the first 10 to 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
Then the Yusong Vaughn War, right?
Mm-hmm.
That would be at least another 10 years. Because I feel like those are the two major events to happen after the original trilogy, according to the EU.
Mm-hmm. And most people really like those stories, although, again, the Yuzong Wong are a bit controversial.
Right.
The question of are they even alive if they're cut off from the Force thing.
Mm-hmm. But my main reasoning for the Thrawn trilogy, one, because it is very much it's well loved by fans. And the fact that it takes place after the original trilogy, like kind of immediately after, just makes sense. One, because it's set after Return of the Jedi. And timeline wise, again, it just makes sense for it to be like the early years in those 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, just. I mean, I did have the idea to have if I was planning out my sequel trilogy and like if I was in charge of Star Wars, I would have the Mandalorian be like the origin of the clan of Mandalorians that we see in the sequel trilogy. So, you know.
Anyway, continuing.
Yeah. The 1, 2, 3, 4. The fifth thing on the list is space and lightsaber battles. Yeah, I mean, like, it's Star Wars. You can't really. I mean, you could, but it's what.
If you tried to.
What
if
the?
you tried. Oh, my brothers are fucking playing, and somebody smashed a ball against my door because fucking reasons.
Okay. You were saying?
If you make Star Wars with a lack of space or lightsabers, you haven't actually made Star Wars.
I mean, I think there are stories that don't focus on like Jedi or lightsabers or anything. That's fine.
I'm just saying you pick one of the most basic aspects of Star Wars, so much so that without them it's a lot harder to make it feel like Star Wars.
Hmm. If anything, it would be just typical sci-fi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is not Star Wars, because Star Wars is, if anything, science fantasy.
Yep. Okay, so no single main character. I mean, that's Star Wars has main characters.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that they give the side characters a lot more personality than most stories would.
Yeah.
Okay, the second from the bottom is the Force.
What about it? Like, just its mere existence, or
I mean, like, no, this is what they love about Star Wars, but the fact that it's like it's like the second from the bottom, like the second from the
right?
last.
No, but what I'm asking is, what about it specifically do they love? Like that, the way they have these listed, it's almost as though their mere existence is what they love, and it's like that doesn't. It doesn't say anything about the Force. It doesn't describe how the Force works. Like, it's the most, like, this is the kind of list you would expect CEOs who had never actually sat down and watched Star Wars, but nevertheless had heard of it, to list out. Like, imagine a bunch of Hollywood executives who had never actually seen Star Wars, but just knew it existed and wanted to figure out ways to appeal to the Star Wars audience. This is basically the list they would come up with. Like, what do people like about Star Wars? Oh, I know. They like space and lightsaber battles. Okay, they also like the Force. They like you know the basic building blocks of storytelling. So let's get all of those in there. Like, really?
Can I like offer?
Does your love of Star Wars not go any deeper than just basic shit and basically the trappings?
May I offer a kind of personal example to counter?
Please.
Yeah. Well, you know, like what I mean by counter is obviously, in terms, because I do believe I agree with you, Goldman. This is kind of like what's going on here. But they're just listing stuff and not really giving two shits about what it actually is.
Yeah, like it's the old thing I was saying about, like, you've effectively said nothing but just listed a bunch of shit. You haven't actually provided any context or any understanding that you know about anything. It's just, what do the youth culture like in the Star Wars universe? I know they like these things. We can never go wrong as long as we have a story with these things. Except for the annoying little things like diversity and not pro-war that I think is their like bias slipping.
We're not even into the last third list.
Oh boy.
Yeah. But what I was gonna say is like in terms of like the Force and like how I would describe it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But also give an example of storytelling with the Force. But the Force itself, the way I would see it as a Star Wars fan, as someone who's kind of looked into certain ideas of the Force and like entities of the Force, I see the Force as a universal connecting energy that combines all living things.
Yeah.
Okay. And those that are able to, well, I do think everyone in the Star Wars universe is able to feel the Force, but not properly interact with it.
I don't know. I've always been of the opinion that with enough training, anyone could. It's just some people have a stronger natural affinity for it.
Yeah, that's
But
what I'm saying.
yeah,
Like everyone can feel it. It's just more of there are those that have a greater connection
no,
with it.
right. But no, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying if Han Solo went into a cave and meditated for 20 years and knew like force techniques, he could eventually get to the point where he could like move small rocks and stuff around.
Mhm.
It's just, someone like Luke or Yoda has a more predisposition for it.
Right. Yeah, we're agreeing on something, dude.
Yeah, basically the only people who can't use the Force are the people who the Force literally basically told to fuck off, which is the Yuzong Wrong. And again, we enter the gray area of are they even technically alive? Given that the literal life force of the universe just went, no, fuck you.
So right, I just wanted to get like storytelling wise and how the Force could be properly utilized. So this revolves around the kind of character that I wanted to have for the sequel trilogy, which was going to be the daughter of Luke Skywalker. And the reason why I have her why the main character be the daughter of Luke Skywalker is one, because I'm thinking they had some type of quota for diversity. And please note, I'm using her.
Yeah. If they did, it's better just to give them that to
Yeah.
basically keep them quiet and shut them up.
Yeah, but I would make her an actual character, not some stupid ass Mary Sue.
Mm-hmm.
And in the second movie, which is the parallel with Luke's journey, she goes on a journey through the Force.
Mm.
And she goes through several trials because for this character, she has disconnected herself from the Force, like to be able to use it properly.
Mm.
Again, I don't remember what podcast it was. I think it was in the 30s. Like when we reviewed Rise of Skywalker. I talked about my sequel trilogy idea.
Yeah, somewhere in there. It was right around the time too that we talked about your superhero universe.
Yeah, but anyway, so she has to go through several trials between the light to obviously rediscover her connection with the Force. She even goes through kind of a Force projection of Dagobah with Master Yoda, where she has to try and lift her lightsaber with the Force.
Mm.
And that was kind of a callback to Darth Maul when he first came back in the Clone Wars series. Like he had a struggle too.
Yeah.
Though she was going to fail that trial because she couldn't lift it with the Force. That was like going to be the first trial. So she picked it up. It shows that she's not ready yet.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to be honest, this character I wrote up got really fucked over. I really made her life hell.
Mm.
I don't know why. I like to make characters suffer before they get better.
That reminds me of a video. I'm gonna have to send it to you.
Yeah.
At some point.
She goes through a trial where she has to walk through a completely dark cave, fight like a Force projection of Darth Vader. Anyway, there was going to be one scene after she kind of confronts her dark side self and kind of finds that balance between her hatred and rage and kind of peace and serenity.
Mm-hmm.
Finds that like kind of midpoint between the two, and is able to lift like 3 mountains in the distance of obviously the Force projection, but it's still yeah. And again, she goes through several trials before then to kind of learn more connection with the Force, but that's kind of the end, near the end result. I don't want to talk too much about it because we'd be here all night.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just the Force itself, I always think, in a way, is kind of a living thing.
Yeah.
While it doesn't have a primary consciousness,
No.
it's moving things in a direction that it believes.
It's a mind. I've always pictured it kind of like a cell mind. I don't think it realizes what it's doing, but it sort of has basic like motion and growth and reproductive ability almost.
Mm-hmm.
I always kind of liken it to a brain. Like the light side is the right brain, the emotionally like conscious brain that deals with all of the subtle things, and then you've got the dark side, which is sort of the id, or the light side is the superego that controls everything morally, and the dark side is the primal id, and some balance that in between them makes a stable force. But too much of one or too much of the other, and everything goes kaput. But because homeostasis is a thing in all life forms, the force basically strives to balance stuff out, and in the process creates beings that basically are avatars of its own will on a smaller scale. Kind of like if the force itself is a brain, then individual beings are neurons.
Mm-hmm. You see how we can see how me and Dalton have like just this discussion about some fictional thing.
Yeah, the metaphysics of the force.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, is a lot easier because the force is based on real world esoteric philosophy.
Okay. Yeah, but it's amazing how we can talk about like this stuff at length, and yet they can only write the Force.
The force on a whiteboard, as though that's supposed to explain everything.
Yeah.
And presumably they had some kind of conversation about this, and they basically just wrote this to give themselves notes. But what information that you couldn't already remember are you going to glean from the force? Like if I gave one of your employees amnesia and then sent them into this room and then told them to figure out what you all had talked about, could they glean any kind of substantive information from random arbitrary lists of really basic and obvious shit?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So now, well, okay. There's also complicated monsters, which is the last thing, and I really have nothing to say about that.
That's actually a fair point. The monsters in Star Wars do tend to be a little bit more interesting than your average, so fair point.
Yeah. Okay. Star Wars Wishes, High Republic. Okay, that is literally the thing that it's called.
The thing you are currently brainstorming for is the first thing on your wish. What? Confused.
Mm-hmm. Relic Hunters. Okay, that's fine. I think there are things in the Star Wars universe that do relic hunting.
That would actually be a really interesting concept, especially for Lucasfilm, because then you could basically have a Star Wars equivalent of Indiana Jones, or more likely Bellic, like an outlaw who scavenges relics.
Yeah, and I mean, you know what? You could set it 1,000 years after the Skywalker saga,
or 1,000 years before during the Sith Wars.
Yeah, again, it's an interesting concept, and I do hope they do it.
Or hell, you could have it set during kind of the the decades before the Clone Wars, and you could have it be Jedi Temple guards looking for ancient Sith artifacts and holocrons and shit.
Hmm.
Because ironically, the largest collection of Sith lore was housed in the Jedi Temple vault. One of the reasons why Sidious basically made it his personal vacation spot. Because he would
Yeah.
go in there with all the Sith holocrons and basically veg out with Sith knowledge. Which, if I was in the Star Wars universe, I'm not gonna lie, I probably would too. So I'm not gonna blame him for that.
Plus, give the Temple Guards some. I mean, like, the whole point of the Temple Guards is that they were supposed to be even more extreme version than the Jedi. Like, no emotion whatsoever. Their garbs, their robes and stuff were made to have them blend into the architecture of the Jedi temple.
Yeah, and their yellow lightsabers are literally supposed to signify a Force user that seeks out the dark side in order to find, catalog, and destroy it. They're basically the Jedi equivalent of the SCP Foundation.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking swords.
University.
What?
That's what it says. It's the third thing down. University.
Okay, so question. Do you mean like the themes of the story should be universal? Because you've just said obvious shit again. Or do you mean that there's some Jedi University spin-off somewhere?
No, I mean, like, I think he means university as in unity. Like,
Well, if that's what they mean, then they picked the stupidest possible word to indicate that.
Yeah. I mean, it's the Galactic Republic, so.
Well, I'm betting that the wish list is basically all of the upcoming like spin-offs and stuff, or at least spin-off ideas. So that's what made me think. Are you honestly telling me there's some kind of Jedi University somewhere?
Dinosaurs with an exclamation mark.
What in the name of forcible fuck?
I'll get a kick out of the next one. Unless you want to talk about dinosaurs first.
Why?
That's technically monsters, or like indigenous animals to planets.
Right, but like, this hurts my brain.
You want to move on?
Proceed. I just can't even.
Diversity.
What?
Representation/diversity. That's literally after dinosaurs.
You listed it twice, and it's still a yellow flag.
Yeah.
I'm upgrading it to orange because it's been listed twice, which means you're doubly going to force it.
Arthurian legends.
Okay, this one I agree with. This should definitely be an influence of Star Wars because it has been since before a fucking New Hope.
Speaking of which, I remember in the concept art they literally had like crossguard lightsabers, but without like the thing Kylo Ren has. It was literally just like the crossguard hilt.
Yeah, they actually went back to that concept art when they were designing Kylo Ren's saber. Actually,
I think that's cool. The crossguard thing. That's really cool.
Yeah, it is interesting. Although making the crossguard out of lightsaber kind of defeats the purpose of the crossguard, because one of the purposes of the crossguard is supposed to be so you don't get your hand fucking cut off by your own blade. And if the crossguard is made of lightsaber material, and lightsabers can, as we know, cut through fucking basically anything, that sort of defeats the purpose of the crossguard, doesn't it?
Okay, so the second, well, not the second. Yeah, the thing after Arthurian legends is Rival houses.
So you're gonna make Star Wars Game of Thrones. Why would you? What possesses you to make Star Wars Game of Thrones? I know George R.R. Martin said the thing about how sci-fi and fantasy were basically the same, but with their MacGuffin switched out. But as far as I'm concerned, he was wrong. And if anyone would disagree with him sternly, it would be Joseph fucking Campbell, the pioneer of literal metamythological studies. Would definitely disagree with him about sci-fi and fantasy being the same thing.
Dalton?
What?
Breathe.
I know, it's just
I don't want you to blow a blood vessel on stream.
I appreciate your concern. However, it is unlikely.
All right.
If anything, I will have a literal heart attack before I ever burst the blood vessel, because I actually have really good veins from everything I can tell. My mom used to be one of the nurses that took blood, and she would like practice taking blood on me when she was in like nursing school. And she always said that I had the best veins.
So it's your veins that are the best, like this, out of everything. Your veins.
Out of everything out of every vaguely defective part of me, the only things that work are my veins, my pain tolerance, and my brain. All things considered, I will take that. That is a good deal.
Yeah, no, that sounds like a good trade-off. I mean, I would never take it, but no offense.
None taken.
Yeah. Okay. So
the world couldn't function if there were any more me's in it.
Yeah. All right. The Sith Empire, just.
Okay, so we are touching on the Sith Empire then?
I guess.
I would definitely be in favor of that, but my problem is I suspect you will fuck it up.
I'm just more curious if this, the canon, my issue is, does it work timeline wise? Because how long until, like, before the original, like the prequels and Clone Wars and stuff, how long ago did the Sith Empire fell?
More than 1,000 years, because Darth Bane established the rule of two 1,000 years before the events of.
Okay, well, so the High Republic only exists like a few hundred years before, so.
As far as we know.
Yeah, as far as we know. So, I don't know. It's just maybe I'm just like a stickler for keeping canon, like keeping.
Yeah. Like I don't even know which Sith Lord would be in charge of the rule of two at this point, because.
Oh no, it is Darth Bane, because they're keeping the Clone Wars.
No, I know, but I'm not saying I think they changed Darth Bane, because they already referenced Darth Bane in Clone Wars. What I'm saying is, as of the time period of High Republic, who is the Master Sith Lord? Because there's always two, and usually one of the ways I keep track of roughly what era we're in is which Sith Lord is the Master Sith Lord. Like I know the one before Plagueis was Tenebrous, but I don't know who his master was off the top of my head.
Right. Okay. So I'm curious to see if maybe they're going to tackle with like a remnant, which will be like controlling the Nile. It's supposed to be like the antagonist of the High Republic, you know.
Hmm.
That'd be interesting. Then Chaos Agents. We already have that. Even the Nile could be Chaos Agents.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what Chaos Agents even mean necessarily.
So if I remember correctly, Chaos Agents are simply just people, antagonistic forces that just, well, destroy
Okay,
things.
so just straight up agents of chaos then.
Yep.
Then why not just say that?
And then before we can get out of here, because I think there's more down there, but we can't see them. Splinter Group Force Users. Okay. Technically, I already got those.
I would be in favor of exploring them more. Yes, fine.
Mm-hmm. And that's all.
This seemed like the most corporate and confused thing I've ever seen.
So, for Star Wars: The High Republic, I would honestly say that we do not have high hopes for them.
No. My hopes are lower than my midi-chlorian count.
And clearly, Dalton did not catch the pun.
No, I caught it. I just wanted to make a midi-chlorian joke.
Mm.
Because midi-chlorians are a really stupid idea.
I wouldn't, not necessarily. Because I think this is the same kind of discussion we had with Morbius.
Mm.
Combine the spiritual with the scientific.
Yeah. Even though if I had my druthers, they would have made Morbius an actual vampire a long time ago. You know, the reason why he was a science vampire in the first place was because the Silver
Was
Age.
because of the Comics Code Authority, yes.
Yes. But now that the Comics Code Authority is done and dusted, and we've established the Darkhold as the source of vampires in the Marvel Universe, they should just make him a full-fledged vampire.
Or, again, as I pitched, literally make him a vampire of science via an actual vampire.
Yeah. Or have him turn into an actual vampire and have his science-based vampire powers give him an edge against the other vampires somehow. Now that he has both, you could have him basically be a super vampire.
Yeah. All right. So moving on to our last thing before comic recommendations. This is something me and Dolan are like big fans of. Well, of this guy.
Well, the series too. The series is also really good.
Well, this series hasn't come out yet, though.
Yeah, but as far as we know, unless this is going to be a fluke, it probably will be very good.
Right. So this was published 5 days ago by Joey Pro of Geek Tyrant.
Mm-hmm.
The final chapter of Guillermo del Toro's Tales of Arcadia trilogy, Wizards, is coming next summer.
Cool.
And here we have Merlin from Trollhunters. I only saw the first couple of seasons of Trollhunter. I haven't seen like the third or fourth. Is it third or fourth season?
I think there are 4.
Okay, so I probably haven't seen the third and fourth. But it's a good series. I haven't seen the other one, Three Below, which is like revolving around aliens.
Mm-hmm.
So, Okay, so Guillermo del Toro has revealed that the final chapter of his Tales of Arcadia trilogy, Wizards, will premiere on Netflix this summer. Oh, cool.
Mm-hmm.
He shared the news on Twitter saying, Wizards arriving this summer. I like the picture, though.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just very interested because the mythology that Guillermo del Toro has used in these series. Well, like Troll Hunters, and I'm assuming Wizards, because again, have not seen Three Below. Has just like really, it's really cool and really good, and like how it really brings out the mythologies of like
fantasy.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to gush, Dalton, you can gush.
It was very well done.
Honestly, I thought you'd be more.
Makes me.
I just thought you'd be more like giddy.
Well, I mean, I really liked the first 3 Tales of Arcadia shows, so I can't foresee me not liking this one.
2. It's only 2.
3 Below, also.
Yeah, 3 Below. That's the 2. This is Wizards. It's the final part of the trilogy.
Oh, I like sub-series of Troll Hunters at one point. Anyway, yeah, I liked everything so far. So,
Well, no, nothing. I was just.
What did you say?
I didn't say anything.
Okay. But at any rate, yeah, I'm a really big fan of this series, and Guillermo del Toro has yet to disappoint me. May he never. I hope that after this, Guillermo del Toro gets a big movie deal, because I want to see him tackle a big franchise again. Because Lord knows he was apparently necessary with Hellboy. Because the less said about the 2019 reboot thing, better.
All right. On the surface, Arcadia appears to be a slice of timeless Americana, but it is no ordinary town. It lies at the center of magical and mystical lines that will make it a nexus for many battles among otherworldly creatures, including trolls, aliens, and wizards.
I find the inclusion of aliens here a little bit odd.
Otherworldly creatures.
Right, but like usually when they say otherworldly, they mean like supernatural or extra dimensional. They don't mean literally as in other worlds as in planets. They mean other worlds as in dimensions. But que sera, sera.
Why now?
It's Latin. It means whatever will be, will be.
I only know Carpe Diem.
Somehow that doesn't surprise me.
Phineas and Ferb. That's the only way I know it.
Okay, now the song version of that is going to be stuck in my head. Although, to be fair, earlier, while you were gone, I was singing the "Let's Take a Rocket Ship to Space" song from that show. So it's not as though I'm above referencing it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the trilogy featured the voices of Anton Yelchin, who unfortunately passed away.
Aww.
Shortly after he did season 2 of Troll Hunters. Yeah. Also, if you didn't know, Anton Yelchin also played Chekhov in the new Star Trek movies.
Yeah.
He's a good actor. I liked him.
My favorite movie of his is a movie called Charlie Bartlett.
I don't think I've seen that.
It was a movie from like 2007. It also had Robert Downey Jr. in it as like the school principal. The premise essentially was he was a genius kid who was also a troublemaker, and he kept getting kicked out of private schools. So his mother finally broke down and sent him to a public school, and he proceeded to get the shit kicked out of him because he was a private school brat for a bit, until he basically became the school's unofficial therapist by using his mom's connections with therapists to score psychiatric drugs, and then basically learning how to diagnose people.
All right. So also Kelsey Grammer, Ron Perlman, Stephen Yeun.
I am not surprised to see Ron Perlman in a cast list of anything relating to Guillermo del Toro.
Mhm.
That's the thing. That I've got to love Guillermo del Toro for this, because you know how good or likable a person is based on, or often based on, how often people are willing to work with them after they've worked with them once or twice already. And it seems like every time Guillermo del Toro does a thing, Ron Perlman is like the first to sign up for it. And if Ron Perlman likes you and works with you repeatedly, it can't be all that bad, because by all accounts, he is a really, really nice guy, despite being kind of scary.
Yeah. Angelica Hudson and more. DreamWorks Trollhunters was the first installment of the trilogy. It was followed by Three Below, and then there's Wizards. Wizards brings together the three desperate worlds of trolls, aliens, and wizards who have found themselves drawn to Arcadia. The final chapter of the Tales of Arcadia culminates in an apocalyptic battle for the control of magic that will ultimately determine the fate of these supernatural worlds that have now converged.
Okay, one thing. Guillermo, do not end magic. Usually, whenever there's a big apocalyptic struggle for the control of magic in these kind of shows, somebody does something that basically ends magic as a force. Please, for the love of every god, of every pantheon that you would even remotely respect, do not end magic as a force at the conclusion of your show. It is a cliche that needs to die in a fire. A magical fire that I will burn with the 100 intensity of 1,000 value scorching suns.
You done? You done?
Yes, I really fucking hate that trope. It's almost as bad as the "it was all in your head and you've been in a mental institution this whole time" trope.
Okay. I've enjoyed this series, and I'm looking forward to the epic conclusion. As are we, Joey. As are we.
Yeah. As long as he doesn't do the most stupid and contrived cliche bullshit thing that I just mentioned.
Right. I wonder, like, should we do a review for this series and like the whole trilogy as a whole?
Well, why not?
Yeah, well, we will definitely do that when Wizards comes out. I gotta rewatch Trolls and watch Three Below.
You know what? We should just make that another series on the channel. We should just do a rewatch along for the Tales of Arcadia. And we could call it the Arcade.
Wah wah wah.
Well, obviously the word arcade needs to be in there somewhere because it's called the Tales of Arcadia. I can't resist that. For however many fucking episodes we would have to do to review the whole
Yeah,
entire-
but we're restricted to 20 hours every month. That's the problem.
God damn it, which is basically the 4 shows that we do.
Yep.
Because we tend to spend like 4 or 5 hours on each show.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so folks, now we'll be going on to comic recommendations. So I was able to read a few things because I went to the shop yesterday, and I still have the comics from the last couple fucking months because I've been too busy to read them.
Curse you, random adulthood!
Yeah. Anyway, so there was a comic I got from Valiant Comics. If anyone knows where Valiant Comics is, it's an independent comic book publisher that's trying to. Well, it's a superhero comic book publishing company. Known for Faith, plus size superhero, Ninjak, Bloodshot, which will be coming out, I believe March. This March with Vin Diesel. I am curious. Should we do a review for that movie or
Which movie?
Bloodshot?
I mean, if you want to, we can. I had no intention of seeing it, but
Well, no, it's just like it's a superhero movie. It's a comic book movie, and we only have really done reviews for Marvel and DC. I just kind of think we should broaden our palette.
True. But if we were going to do that, we probably would have done a ripping the Hellboy reboot for New Asshole for the purposes of my therapy stream.
Fair enough. Whatever. Anyway, I got a comic called Dr. Tomorrow.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, basic premise from the first issue I got was there was this superhero that got launched back in time with a supervillain. And this superhero called Dr. Tomorrow meets this kid. The kid turns out to be him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And by the end of the issue, and this is a spoiler, by the way, but turns out the superhero Dr. Tomorrow is apparently violating some time laws or stuff like that.
The laws of temporal logic and causality. You can't meet yourself because if you meet yourself, then you have no incentive to become yourself, and then
but here's the thing: he's giving technology and superpowers to his younger self before he even becomes a superhero.
Okay, so it's the bootstrap paradox thing. If you go back in time to meet Beethoven and find that there is no Beethoven, but you have all of Beethoven's music, and you become Beethoven, where does the music actually come from?
I believe that is also known as a fixed time loop.
No, it's the bootstrap paradox. I've never heard it referred to as a fixed time loop.
Well, there is something. Are you aware of a fixed time loop?
There is something similar about a fixed time loop, but it's not technically the same as the bootstrap paradox.
Okay.
The bootstrap paradox specifically refers to like ideas or unique like technology coming essentially from nowhere because there's no causal force to create it. I.e., if you invent the cure for cancer and you give it to your younger self, and your younger self knows the cure to cancer because he gets the cure from you, where does the actual information for the cure for cancer come from?
Oh god, I hate paradoxes. Anyway, by the end
I
of the
actually have a solution to it, but that's possibly for another day when we're not almost ready to end the show here.
Yeah. The comic ends by essentially like a time police getting notified that something is happening because of Dr. Tomorrow's meddling. And you get some backstory on like him as a kid. And it turns out like he is playing baseball in high school because when he was younger, his mother died while he was like trying out for a baseball team. And his father the only way his father and him really bond is through baseball anymore.
Okay, so it's the Chicken Little scenario then. Yay.
Yeah. And yeah, it ends essentially with Time Police being notified of something happening because of Dr. Tomorrow's meddling in past.
I feel like it'd be funny if this was in the same universe as Gravity Falls and Time Baby showed up.
Mm-hmm. And I also want to mention that I have the first volume of Doom Patrol from Grant Morrison, and I plan on reading it this week, or getting through some of it at least, for next week.
Yeah. Which I suppose is my cue to start recommending things. And in the vein of recommending Grant Morrison stuff, his run of Animal Man is amazing. It's like waffle neutral Deadpool. If you like meta narratives or cosmic stuff or stuff that breaks the fourth wall, read Grant Morrison's Animal Man. You will love it. Also, The Mask. The Mask is also really good. I got the first volume for Christmas, and it's pretty good.
The Mask, that's essentially like the movie, but I believe more graphic.
Yeah. You know how Viking gods are warmongery?
Yep.
And violent?
Uh-huh.
And you know how the Mask was created by Loki?
Uh-huh.
Well, let's just say the two things aren't exactly unrelated.
Yeah. The only shame is that the Mask comics that are coming out now are like super political.
Yeah, the current Mask comics are not good.
Well, actually, they're not even referred to as the Mask in comics, if I remember correctly. They're referred to as Big Head.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, the classic Mask comics is what I was referring to. They are both really, really colorful and really, really dark at the same time.
You love it. I'm aware.
I do.
Yeah. But yeah, those are our recommendations, folks. Well, I also read Battle Cats, which is like it's a high fantasy story with essentially like anthropomorphized animal people.
Mm-hmm.
It's good though. Like it's actually really interesting because it's touching upon like various like kind of religious kind of styles and just a lot of interesting things with like the magic and the history of this world in the comic.
Here's an interesting question. Assuming we lived in a world where everyone was anthropomorphic animals, what kind of animal do you suspect you would be?
Well, ideally, I would prefer a wolf. But I'm thinking practically maybe some type of lizard or something.
You as a lizard, that I find hard to believe. I can see you as a wolf, but I don't think you'd be a lizard. I suspect I would be some kind of bird, whether it's an owl or whether it's a raven or whatnot, I don't know, but it'd be some kind of small bird that's known for its intelligence.
You know, I was gonna be honest, I thought for some reason turtle.
Yeah, that works too. Although between you being a lizard and me being a turtle, that seems to be you seem to want to turn everybody into reptiles.
Well, no, it's just I'm thinking practically. I don't think I would be a wolf. More like some type of reptile of some kind, maybe a gator or something.
What makes you think a wolf would be off limits for you?
I don't know. Just mostly, I'm very tough and I got that kind of killer instinct like a lizard. Also, some people
Well,
refer to me as cold-blooded.
But wolves can be vicious too. I mean, there is a reason why our civilization has grown to fear the very concept of the werewolf.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I suspect you would be the sort of alpha wolf who basically needs to figure out where everyone stood in like the pack.
It's funny. It's funny you mention that. I mean, we'll talk about it after the stream, but yeah. So, folks, that's kind of our recommendations. I hope you all had a good time, and we'll see you next week. With that, folks, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, avidazay, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
shalom. And until another 52 episodes have passed, fuck off.